it'll release into the main branch when it's done, right? It's in the testing phase right now, which means if you are crazy like me, you can just go start playing it right now, or you gotta wait. So before we really do anything, I'm gonna see if they fix that crash. Let's see. When you start your game up, what's the version number at the bottom? Does it say version 50.11 or does it say 50.12 beta? If it says 50.12 beta, you're in the beta. This guy told you to come check, liberate the forks. I know liberate the forks. Okay. But your cat makes you ask permission before clicking things. May you follow. I don't know. Pet your kitty. What about Necromancer's skin? Necromancers are purple. They're always purple. They've always been purple. Necromancers don't hide. Necromancers aren't like... Necromancers are just perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies. And you're definitely supposed to be aware of necromancers, yeah. Vampires are supposed to be like the imposter in Among Us. They're supposed to walk into your fortress like a perfectly normal dwarf, and then every now and again, they eat somebody. And it's up to you to figure out who they are. You tested it earlier? Assigning stuff like miners works too? Yeah, Putnam said she fixed that yesterday mid-stream, or while I was halfway through the stream. So I did kill a dwarf. We had a miner cave-in. I don't think that was saved on the VOD, but some of you probably saw that yesterday. So we did have one dwarf die right before my internet went out. So I need to fix that. I designated an area down here to make some tombs, but we'll roll over that in a second. So the big change for this version, this is completely vanilla. I'm gonna just disable everything DF hack. Hold on a second. Disable. Oops. Disable. Overlay. Sweet. So I can still use DF hack, but it's disabled. Now, if I go to labor, we can now say, let's go to engravers. I can edit what engravers default job do. I can do that. I can then click done when I'm done. Yay, it doesn't crash anymore. It used to crash when you'd click that button. I just flinched. So I could add, like, let's just say, I want engravers to also train animals. I don't, but, you know. And then click done. Now, if I go back in here, they also train animals. I can also then reset it to defaults, or I could just manually unclick or add them in. So that's rad. That's a thing that exists now. So you're not only... So here's the thing. Don't use the beta public testing branch once the beta public testing branch's beta area event is done. You're one patch behind. Just go to the normal branch, mate. You're a whole patch behind. You're missing a lot of bug fixes and crash fixes and shit right now. So that's probably the biggest thing. Other things, also hi animal, it's good to see you. Other things that have been added is better filtering and sorting for the kitchen menu, which is a little bit unintuitive, I think, out of all the changes, because it's, I think this menu is a little unintuitive right now, and these buttons look really placeholder. It's odd. So hopefully these get like some nicer buttons put there. Those look like Tarn buttons. Those don't look like buttons that were designed for the game. But kitchen menu's got a full rework and you can search it. So like, you know, plump helmets and whatnot. Work orders screen hasn't had any real changes done to it. You can also search this screen. Military screen you can also search, but I don't have anybody in the military right now, so it's kind of redundant. Yeah, so lots of quality of life stuff like this. Oh yeah, also kind of a big deal. You can now make burrows over multiple layers in vanilla. So that's cool. Now, as for dwarves, we do have dwarves in the fort. We have Sage Bitey, Walnut Bag, Brahms, and that's it. And the reason the number of dwarves is kind of limited that are named currently is because we're using dwarf redemptions. So you have to manually go into the channel points thing and redeem a dwarf. The reason we're doing it that way is because when there's new patches, chat can get kind of busy. We'll play it by ear today. We might open it up a bit more, but that's what we're doing for right now. Darius, any preference? Here, let's give you the dwarf who's about to make an artifact. Actually, maybe not. Okay, never mind. It did actually clean something. Dwarf was having a hard time claiming a workshop, but he would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is quick to form negative views about things. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He occasionally overindulges and is a friendly individual, and he is often cheerful. And he is a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he personally values good craftsmanship and sees competition as reasonably important and dreams of creating a great work of art. But yeah, when it comes to the experimental branch and stuff in Dwarf Fortress, if you're using the beta branch, stop. Use the normal branch. The vast majority of the time, when a beta is done, swap back to the normal branch. Because if you just let it sit on the beta branch, you're going to end up behind in patches. And so anybody who's currently sitting on beta branch, if your version doesn't say, if the version of Dwarf Fortress that you're playing doesn't say 50.11, you're a patch or two behind. Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff, Jack, is stuff that Putnam has seen as feedback. And the way I've been describing this patch, also speaking of things that have changed, you can also now like select dwarves with the the arrow keys, and like page up and page down works on certain menus. And there's also a bunch more hotkey support. However, the important thing that you need to know is no, it's not complete hotkey support. Like when I talked about like there is some hotkey support in the game, there was a bunch of people in my YouTube comments just being like, is this in? 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 It's not a comprehensive feature. We do not have like full keyboard support. Okay? What we do have is there is some keyboard functionality in the game again that is returning. Because this is like step one to returning to keyboard support. And when it comes to quality of life stuff, there's always more things that they could add. And this is patch one of seeing if we're going in the right direction, right? Like as an example, in the burrow screen, they added that new feature, which is great. However, I think, unless they've added it back. Okay, they did add, unless that's a DF hack thing. Is that a DF hack thing or is that vanilla? Because that's new. Shift enter to select all. Because there was no select all button previously. There's select all shown. But like, yeah, just as an example, that this option wasn't here yesterday. That was in last night's patch? Okay. Like that wasn't there yesterday. So that might also be bad for people on Steam Deck. Can you do that on Steam Deck? Aren't all dwarves drunk making artifacts, Sage Bitey? Be Control A instead of Shift Enter. Fair enough. Kind of looks like the DF hack font though. Makes it pain though. This should be a clickable button. IMO. Anyway, that's a step in the right direction. I'm glad that's back, at least for keyboard users. So yeah, no, this is the first patch in the direction of overhauling the UI, and stuff will get added with time, right? I'm gonna just chat. I know that many of you have Steam Decks. When you play Dwarf Fortress, do you play with a mouse and keyboard plugged in? Yes or no? Postulates that being on beta branch could be causing any Fort issues. Do not play on the beta branch. The public beta branch, do not play on that branch. You're a patch behind. Like, straight up. You are a patch behind. You are missing dozens of different, not dozens, like half a dozen crash fixes. You are missing 2 optimization things. And for Linux, you're missing a major crash fix. Do not play on the beta branch. You're a patch behind, silly. Are you playing on the beta branch? Play on the normal branch. You swap off the beta branch as soon as the beta is done. That's how Dwarf Fortress works. I don't know. I don't own a Steam Deck. Hello, Orbis. So no, yes, yes, yes. Okay, well, there you go. All right. I have a baby goose. So let's read a little bit more about Darius. Darius, you do have some friends in the fortress. Quite a few friends, including some kindred spirits. You're a member of the Doctrine of Ashes. They're going to demand a temple at some point, aren't they? You feel euphoric due to inebriation, and you feel fondness when making a friend. Did I make a temple yet? No, I didn't. So this is going to become a armorer's guild, because I keep on having like relatively talented armorers showing up. So even though I don't have an anvil yet, because we didn't start with one, and even though I don't have any, you know, way to make armor yet, I'm going to make an armorer's guild. Get that stuff started. This is the experimental one. But if you're going to play on this one, back up your save files. And then once the experimental branch is in the main branch, swap back to the main branch. That's the way Dwarf Fortress works. And if you want to get the best experience out of Dwarf Fortress, that's the way you should always play it. I need to get that dwarf buried. There's just like a dead dwarf in the middle of the floor, you know? But yeah, this one is in the experimental branch. From my experience, they're using the experimental branch as a they're using the experimental branch as a this is stuff that could break things that may or may not go into the full game. That's subject to change wildly. Beta branch is just this patch is almost done, but we need testing. But they don't keep them all equal. So, Darius Cardron, the miner, has created Curl Lust, a shale armor stand, and claims it as a personal treasure. Damn, dude, a personal treasure? Would you be any good in the military? We're creating a great work of art, and the stream was realized. Sees competition as wasteful and silly. Satisfied if everyone could live as harmoniously as possible, accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He isn't particularly curious in the world. He occasionally overindulges, and he is a friendly individual. Nah, you're not good in the military. I don't know what to do with it, so for right now, I'm just going to put it here where it's safe. Can wells be stacked on top of each other? If you're just like asking me that, like multiple in the same place, or one and then one a floor up and then one a floor up, because yeah, you can place multiples, one on each floor if you want. They'll go through each other and work. I'm choosing the 500 year. You're new player to DF. The older your world... Well, actually, you might be in an ad break. I don't know if you're in an ad break, Wolf the Spork. So I'll babble in a sec. Is this fort still in the early phases? I have 20 dwarves, so yes. And could use a build order. Do not use a build order for Dwarf Fortress. In Dwarf Fortress, you can start off with, like, building machinery and power. In Dwarf Fortress, you can start off with building bedrooms, a few tiles away from hell. In Dwarf Fortress has no build order because there is no, like, tech tree, right? Because there is no tech tree, there is no build order. Build in whatever order you think works. And almost any order of things works. The only things that are mandatory in Dwarf Fortress is you need, or mostly mandatory in Dwarf Fortress for your build order, is you need access to some sort of place to sleep, usually a dorm or basic bedrooms, and you need access to some place to socialize, and you need access to alcohol. Those are the only things that you need in your early build order. So you need to be making booze somehow, and you need to be, and they need a place to sleep, and they need a place to hang out and socialize, which is either a temple, a tavern, or a meeting zone / dining hall. But you do not need a build order. If you are going into Dwarf Fortress with a build order, stop. You're going to ruin the game for yourself. Yeah, my skin crawls a little bit, Clockworks, whenever people talk about tech trees in Dwarf Fortress. So is there a benefit from choosing year 500? So Dwarf Fortress's worlds change based on the age of the world. If you go into the wiki, there is a thing that will state what the different ages mean. But the simple way to explain it is the younger the world, so the lower that number, the more mega beasts you'll have, right? So the ancient titans of old, the more forgotten beasts you'll have, the more titans you'll have, which are forgotten beasts but on the surface. The more dragons you'll have, the more hydras you'll have, the more bronze colossuses will exist. But you'll get less things like visitors. You'll get less... factions will generally have lower populations. You'll get less zombies because there won't be as many necromancers around. You will get less of the more Frankenstein's monsters and more minotaurs and giants, basically. The older the world, the more zombies and Frankenstein's monsters, like the necromancer experiments, the more were creatures, the more vampires, that kind of thing is what you'll get. So it is less of a difficulty, less of a advantage, less of a benefit, and more of a what kind of flavor of world do you want? Do you want, like, Clash of the Titans? Or do you want zombies and necromancy? And werewolves. It's that kind of thing. And yes, wells can be... I've never done the wells stacked on top of each other, but I did a community fort a while ago where they had wells stacked. Anyway, this is a shale armor stand. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. This object menaces with spikes of shale. Very simple. Sometimes simple good. Beta and experimental are currently the same version right now. If you are a patch behind, it's because the old version is selected in the beta's menu. All right, well, I don't know. Don't play on old versions of the game. Just don't do it. Even for the memes. The age name of the world also changes. Yeah, I mean, if we want to get deep into it, if we go to the calendar section of the wiki, right, we can see all this. And here there's a section that says ages. The age of myth. Number of living powers and mega beasts is 2/3 of what it was when the world began. This is the most common age. Age of legends. Number of living powers and mega beasts is 1/3 of what it was when the world began. Age of heroes. The number of living beasts and mega beasts is greater than 3. Age of 3 powers. Exactly 3 powers are alive in the world. Age of 2. Race is, or age of race and race. Exactly 2 powers exist in the world. Age of name/species. Exactly 1 power and is alive in the world. Age of race, or the racial age. Less than 50% of all civilized creatures are mundane, and the majority are of one race. The name is style is selected randomly. The age of dwarves was, and the age of dwarves was a time when the dwarves ruled the world, and that's like, you know, an example. The golden age. Less than 50% of all civilized creatures are mundane, and there is no single majority. The Twilight Age, between 50 and 90% of all civilized creatures are mundane. And then the Age of Fairy Tales. I've never seen this, by the way. Over 90% of the creatures are mundane, but some non-mundane creatures still remain. The Age of Civilization. All creatures are mundane, and semi-mega beasts have been vanquished. The Age of Death. I have seen this one a couple times. All civilized creatures are dead, and the world has passed through the Age of Twilight and the Age of Fairy Tales and the Age of Race of Race Falls. I've seen that one once in a pocket world I generated for 1,000 years. And then the Age of Emptiness. All civilized creatures are dead. The world never progressed through the Age of myth and legends and heroes or powers, i.e. all creatures are dead, basically. So those are the different ages. It tells you what age it's in when it's generating. It also tells you what age it's in Legends. We are in the Age of Myth. You're a relatively new player and you have trouble managing the influx of new dwarves in your fort. How can you slow the growth of your fort? Trade less is one. That's the actual answer. But if you go into your game settings, there are 3 numbers listed down here, where if I can find them, because I always have to scan for it. Okay, several numbers. Population cap, instructor population cap, and baby child cap. So currently I have it set to 80. You can set this number as high as you want, right? But this is the population cap of your dwarves. So it'll increase to this number. I currently have it set to 80. I should probably bump that up, actually. Let's bump this up to 120. Yeah, you know what? Let's just bump it up to 100. So I will end up with 100 dwarves, and then it'll stop sending migrants at that point. I can turn that number up later down the line and increase that number. So if you are comfortable with like 30 dwarves, set it to 30. 5,000 max it. Look, shh. You can set it to whatever you want until you press enter. I didn't know it actually hard capped at 5,000. I thought it like hard capped behind the scenes, but it let you set that number to whatever. Baby child cap is the number of children you can have in your fort, and then there's your visitor cap. Visitor is just basically a like how good is your computer type deal. I think that cap's at 100. Is the soft cap for that? And yeah, that's it. Canadian Pagan, what up? So yeah, if you're having trouble managing the influx of dwarves, just adjust your population cap. You used to have to restart the game to do that. A gremlin? What? Oh. Their 5th gremlin. Interesting. $450 years old. Personally values tradition. All right, well, it's time to build Gremlin Trap. That'll be my Gremlin Trap. I'll put a door here, and a door here, and a door here, and a door here, and then connect them all to a lever in here. And then we will wall this side off, put a door there, and twap them. Yeah, that one's going to run away, though. But because there's a gremlin, it means we might get more. I'm honestly much more concerned about cavern critters than I am about gremlins. As is tradition, of course, naturally. Okay, well... let's just get this done. Get this smoothed. So when I embarked in this fort, we embarked with 0 plants, 0 seeds, and no anvil. We now have plump helmets, and we've acquired a bunch of plants from the caverns as well. However, I do not have an anvil because the first wagon only brought a steel anvil, which is kind of annoying. Okay. Dwarf's been assigned. Let's get this dwarf put away. And now we have Bonesaw. Hi, Bonesaw. How are you? Gremlins are sentient and can speak. I'm trying to catch one because if you tame them, they will join your fort. They're not supposed to do that. It's sort of a bug, but it's a bug that's like Tarn literally can't fix because he'd have to rewrite like almost all of the personality and knowledge code. There, at some point, I need to like lock Tarn in a room and like just record him talking about Gremlins for like 40 minutes because I have a feeling I could make a mini documentary about Gremlins in Dwarf Fortress. I could probably do that. Like, I'm pretty certain I could do that, actually. What, Fishsaurus Gremlins being a feature? I can tell you for a fact it's not. Because I've asked Tarn before. Gremlins are an artifact of old code, the way they work. Because they were coded into the game very early to do one very specific thing, and they are the base for a lot of the code in the rest of the game. And if you were to rewrite, and because of the way the game is built, because it's like system with a system stacked on top of it, 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 you'd have to rewrite most of the game to do that. Oh, you personally think? Oh, I mean, okay, fair enough. I'm just saying they didn't do it intentionally. I mean, they're not gonna change it because, like, as Tarn said on this stream once, it would take them half a year to fix them, to make them not operate the way they do, if not longer. How does one stand a chance against the clown wave? With very, 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 very careful preparation. You fixed your FPS and got destroyed? Hmm? If I remember, Tarn, this was a couple years ago that Tarn said this on this channel, but if I remember the wording correctly, it was essentially, sorry, I'm gonna paraphrase as best I can, but essentially what he said was, it could take half a year, it could take much, much longer. And it would be changing a feature that is technically a bug, but a lot of people like, and most people don't give a shit about, so what's the point? Yeah, most people just have, like, cockroaches or bed bugs or something. Tarn has gremlins. Which feature am I talking about? Gremlins! Because I just saw a gremlin. The thing about gremlins is they're intelligent creatures that pretend to not be intelligent creatures. So they are the only intelligent creature in the game that has the ability to be tamed. And because of this, some really weird shenanigans can happen. Because they are intelligent creatures disguised as pets, basically. So what I'm saying is, gremlins are cats. Yeah. Gremlins are in fact an artifact, yes. And they are an artifact of the code. Let's get another miner in here because I think I have an extra pick. Let's see if that works the first time. Yay, it does. Yes, animal. I called. Many times. And you never pick up the phone. When it's done, that's fine. I heard probably a weekish when I asked. So, when it's done. You can go play it right now on the experimental branch, though, if you're crazy. And from what I can tell, this version that was patched at like 2 in the morning last night is less crashy than the version yesterday. As in the 100% repeatable crash that I found has been fixed. So that's good. And also miners work more logically now. You don't have to like assign and unassign them a dozen times to make them work. You play Dwarf Fortress enough, eventually you get used to. It's done when it's done. Although I feel like more products in the video games world should work under that kind of style of development, it's done when it's done. Because right now, like, they really don't, and it just kind of sucks. I need to put a llama up here. So, also, for reference, this fortress is very small. This is the whole fortress, pretty much. I have dug down to the cavern layers, and there's a small layer with some other stuff. We have 2 waterfalls. We are called Riverdepths. We have a waterfall here and a waterfall here. They do freeze, obviously, and if I go to the overworld, we are right here. Okay, we do have a couple of like different dwarven fortresses around here. We are sort of skirmishing with these elves and sort of skirmishing with these, or we're skirmishing with a lot of these goblins. My goal is to go to war with these goblins because they have very, 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 very big forts. Also, I generated some more worlds yesterday and deleted them whilst my internet was down. And I want to say, goblin domination happens a lot now because they have trolls again. So goblins as strong as again. If you don't understand work orders... Wait, make 3 statues, you said 300. Did you type in 300 or 3? If you are making... If you're making if-then statements and you don't understand them, don't use them. Which is why I don't use them, because I don't understand them. I just found Elf Australia. A tiny little island with a lot of elves on it. I like how they have like this funny little line following the river. That's neat. That's actually kind of rad. But yeah, no, this is a really big world, and if I fall in love with this world, this is a world I'll keep around until adventure mode drops. Because there's lots of stuff going on in this world. Lots of volcanoes, too. So I don't know how long we'll keep this fort running. I just kind of want to go to war a little bit. Probably don't have a really big overarching end goal for this fort. It's mostly just trying to see new features and goof off and have fun. Tarn adds bots because they're going to add boats. Did you mean to write bots or boats? Said squads down a river to get them there faster? Squads already travel extraordinarily quickly. Like, if it's like a day or two's travel, it'll take them like 90 seconds to get there and back. There are lots of trolls in this world? Yep, just like Earth. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very proud of the number of bugs I've reported and, like, gotten fixed in this patch. There's 2 of them. Vampires and trolls. There was somebody on Reddit that was very, very happy. They're like, vampires hide again? And trolls aren't dying? We're safe. This is fantastic. So yeah, shout out to that person on Reddit. And sorry to the person in YouTube chat yesterday who was just like, you saying this game got harder? Apologies. And as far as more quality of life features goes, just keep firing your wish lists over at Putnam. Yeah, there is one. There's one for a much older version of the game, and then there's, I think Icon has one, and then there's another guy that made one relatively recently, who I don't know super well. There's a couple. I always wonder why there are no orcs. Because not every fantasy game needs to one-to-one match every fantasy trope. And Dwarf Fortress is going in the direction of randomly generated races and animal people over just being Tolkien. Like, Tolkien's great, don't get me wrong, but Tolkien's also, like, come on, most of us have read Lord of the Rings, right? Chat room, because we're in a save screen, the YouTube stream is live. Of course, I would prefer if you watch on Twitch, which is why I interact primarily with the Twitch chat. YouTube is kind of more of a lurker chat. But there's 82 people watching on Twitch, and we have 235 people here on... there's 235 people here watching on Twitch and 82 people watching on YouTube. If the people on Twitch would like to directly help me out, and you don't have money or don't want to throw money at me or whatever, a way that you can do that is actually just watch both streams. And in fact, it's actually a really good way to skip ads over here on Twitch as well. You can just like tab over when an ad's playing. But the best thing that you can do, whoops, that's the wrong link. The best thing that you can do actually is by going to the live stream and leaving a like on it. And then of course, keeping both streams up because it pumps up the YouTube view count and it pumps up the Twitch view count. If you're on YouTube, you guys can do the same thing. Just idle on both if you want to help me out directly. And it make my number go up. My number go up, more people watch, and help streamer out. We're up to 58 likes. I'm sure we can get that up to 100. Easy peasy. As soon as you have unlimited data, you promise that's fair. If you don't have the data or don't have the internet connection, don't worry about it. But just if you pop over there and leave a like, that very much helps. That's... So wait, hold on a second, Clockworks. You're talking on Twitch, but watching on YouTube? I know a number of people who've like been watching on YouTube on their TVs, but talking on Twitch, which messes with my brain a little bit, but I don't know. Do what works for you. Twitch is still where I make the vast majority of my monies, so. Work VPN? Oh. Wait, so then how are you typing on Twitch then? Are you like are you connected to Twitch via like IRC or something? You Chromecast Twitch to your TV, but chat on your laptop. Yeah, I've gotten that a bunch. I used to have somebody who would watch me on Twitch on his Xbox years ago, like years ago. He would watch me on Twitch on his Xbox 360. And would type on his phone, so it would count as 2 viewers. He was the best. Because he was signed out on his TV and signed in on his phone. Right, okay. Huh. Like I said, just the options are there so that you guys have options. Use the option that works for you guys. It's not... No sweat here. It doesn't really matter to me. All right, how's the constructions on the Gremlin trap going down here? All right. Also realizing this is where the limestone's coming from. Good. So I'm going to plop a door in here. I'm going to put a lever here because gremlins are naturally attracted to levers, but first I have to queue up a lever. I mean, by that I mean rock mechanisms. Let's just use borax. And sure, 10's fine. I think Twitch blocked direct access to an IRC server. You need to use a bot API now. I know somebody who still connects via I know somebody who still connects via IRC, but because he's still lurking in my stream to this day, and I don't think he's actually watched my stream in like years. I do like that the likes almost always pause at 69 on YouTube. That's funny. But thanks for the additional likes, guys. That's very helpful. Ooh, time for some Schadenfreude. All right, so chat room. Kill the Justice League is out. This is very important. Nobody look. What do you think the reviews are? Assuming they've started popping up. Please. No cheating. Wow. Huh. Mostly positive. That's actually surprising. Because, like, everything I've heard about this game is, like, the game itself is good. Or, like, decent. Like, gameplay-wise, I can't say anything about the story. But everything I've heard about this game is that it plays well. You need to authenticate yourself, and then you can connect to the IRC servers. There you go. But... yeah. Huh. Apparently they're adding an offline mode in, what's the word? Copium to justify early access purchase. I mean, you know, maybe, actually. Maybe. Jeez, I'm impressed. I was expecting mixed. Although, unable to connect to servers. It begins. I'm looking to see if there's any negative pre-release reviews. Because, like... not including pre-release reviews, it's 18. It's 55% positive. This isn't early... well, early... it's not really early access. It's like pre-order reviews, like preview reviews or whatever. We shouldn't call them... pre-release reviews. Without pre-release reviews, it's mixed. The ones who bought it were crazy, though. True. This is how Rocksteady dies. Rest in peace. We'll see. I'll check back in an hour. How many people are playing now? So it was at 3,000 this morning. It's now at 9,462. So we'll see. Oh yeah, no, I'm very well aware of the fact that nobody got review key for that game. Very well aware of it. Yeah. Because the first time they gave people review key for it was before it got delayed the, like, third time, and it was because the preview coverage was horrible. And then they delayed the game by, like, a year. So... for reference, that's Rocksteady making that game. Those are the people who made the Arkham games, and 2 of those games were good. So, refresh page. Refreshing the page ain't gonna do much more, unless like I already did. But for clarity's sake, I don't really have a horse in that race. I'm just curious to see what happens. I don't like live service games, and that is a single player, or what should be a single player game, as a live service. We're in an ad break now. Yeah, it still says mostly positive. It's not gonna, Steam reviews take a little while to update. On the BBC. You know it's bad when the BBC starts knocking your game, you know? Darren, thank you very much for the 45th month. But, you know, it turns out publishers give keys to people because it promotes their game. They don't give a shit about the reviews. I mean, obviously they want good reviews, but they give keys to people to promote their game, right? You used to get a lot of review keys going out to reviewers and people who would give scores in the day where that was where the majority of the promotion traffic came from, with sites like GameSpot, IGN, that sort of thing. But you know what gets you the most traffic and clicks now? Morons like me on the internet. So you could pay some dipshit 10 grand and they'll stream your game to 50,000 people for 6 hours. And that is way more valuable than giving review keys to the BBC. So we live in an era now where the more iffy a publisher is going to be about a launch of a game, or the more a publisher doesn't care about review scores, the less you're going to see that. Because, like, there's no logical reason for them to actually give out review keys now unless they want to get a good review score. So if they don't care about the review score, And this has been a thing for a while. I mean, like, Starfield was the exact same way. No, unless you were getting paid to play Starfield, no one gave you keys.
I'm sure Armuk will find that ironic.
Nobody will get review keys for those games. City Giraffe. Really? You can name a fort the fun never ends? Huh. Maybe that should be my Halloween fort. Next time I do a Necromancer fort, I should call it the fun never ends. But thank you very much for the $1. That's the first bits of the day, I think. Is that? Yes, that is in fact the first bits of the day. And also the 1, 2, 3, third subscription of the day. It's been a slow day. That's okay though. All right, let's plop some space down for my geese because they're just wandering around wherever the hell. I should also make them 2 nest boxes. Maybe 1. Punny with a penny. Penny for the punny? I don't know where I'm going with this. Thanks for the pun pennies. Last year's Halloween fort was fun. We always just go full chaotic evil whenever it's a Halloween fort. So this is going to be, like I said, it's already a meeting zone, but this is going to be a guild hall. This is going to be a armorer hall. Actually, I have 4 metalsmiths. Let's do... Chat, I have a question. Metalsmith or armorer? What should I make this guild hall? Metalsmith or armorer? Chat's saying armor. Let's go with armorer. It'll take a little longer for them to get started, but citizens only. There's no official guild made yet. Oops, I made that out of tower cap. I don't want to make that out of tower cap. Let's get rid of that. But it's half of the value I need it to be. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start making a little dining hall out here, which is just going to be out in the open. And this is going to be connected to this. So in order for them to eat food, they're going to have to go to the armorer hall. Joyous Wild's correct, yes. Guild halls are social areas. Spoilers. So they can go there and they can socialize and whatnot. And then this is going to be a dining hall. And this dining hall is, oops, is going to be connected to the Cave of Blockades. I think I'm going to rename this to the Armory of Blockades. You know, I'm going to change it to just the Armory. The Armory. Armory Guild Hall. Is there a reason to start a new world other than maybe getting trolls with goblins? No, not really. I would like trolls with goblins. That's something I would really like, because that's a feature I very much miss. So, you don't need to make a new world. You could totally just keep playing the world that you were playing. I mean, that would also be a new reason. But if you want to have... let me tell you this. If you want to have the same world until adventure mode, don't like, don't keep playing the world you're currently playing. You want to have trolls. Because the issue with, or the reason there was no trolls attacking with goblins is because goblin sites were generating wrong, right? But nobody really noticed because you couldn't go visit them, meaning you will have less interesting goblin locations to explore in adventure mode. So if that is something you're trying to do, I would generate a new world, which is why I did. But it's up to you, really. You do what you want to do. Sweet, we're getting armor smithing demonstrations, and that's going to help the dwarves happier. I've already created an armor union. Well, I made them an armor union. They haven't created it. I like how they're all hanging out in the dining hall specifically. Oh, but that's also because a bunch of them are eating. Shouts to this one who's taking up its stool and leading an armor smithing demonstration. It's probably going to be your best mood ever. So you'll feel satisfied after teaching armor smithing. Look at that. Get on you. Good on you, Bim. A goblin in a giant hamster wheel. I don't think goblins have any sources of power. Wait, so you want to mine? Is that what you're asking for? Napalm? Like this? You want to be moral? Please confirm. I crave the mines. Okay. Napalm Sideburns is in love with Walnut Bag. And you are a member of the Fellowship of Fate. And says, what's so special about art? He is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy. He isn't particularly curious about the world and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he tends to think before acting. He has an active sense of humor, and he doesn't think before acting. He has an active sense of humor, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he doesn't focus on material goods and whispers when he's thinking hard about something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. How do chat and blind? All right. Game hasn't crashed yet, so that's good. You got KO yesterday while watching me? KO. I'm confused. Anyway, hello. Oh, you mean you got kicked out? I mean, you didn't get kicked out. My internet went offline. Like, my internet went down. I was like, I've killed out? What? I was confused. I was thinking, like, fighting games. I was like, were you playing Tekken or something? But doing all right, old man. Yourself? I think we'll do bedrooms one layer up. Because we got food one layer down. Bedrooms one layer up, maybe? Having a Baja Blast over here. God. I can feel my blood sugar going up just thinking about that. All right, so let's fly back down to here. Okay, so I need to... Actually, I need to make extra doors is what I need to do. Rock door. Let's do 20 conglomerate doors. In your fortress, you can't seem to keep enough plants to create thread. You want to make some clothes, but you can't seem to make them. All right. So, what type of plants are you trying to make into thread is the first question. Second question is, are you brewing them? You watched get DDoSed 11 times trying to play on PC. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so if you're brewing your plants, you're not going to have... Okay, so if you go to your kitchen menu and you are very, very, very early game and you are trying to brew pigtails, you need to make sure that you have pigtails in your kitchen. Okay. I would disable this if you want to consistently have thread. At least for a little bit until you have a good amount of thread. Then, you know, you make your farmer's workshop. Right? So you make your farmer's shop. Your farmer's shop goes wherever you want your farmer shop to go, and it does whatever a farmer shop does. Once you've built your farmer shop, I'm trying to decide where to put this so I can do the example. Once you make your farmer's shop, let's just make it out of tower cap. You can then use the process plants order, and then you need to have a loom. So process plants. But you need to make sure that they're available. Otherwise, they just won't do it. Because if you can't keep them, you're clearly brewing alcohol too quickly. And then also, because this is a default job, they will just go collect webs. But they'll just weave this thread immediately. Because we already have thread. It's probably because you're brewing them faster than you can weave them. Usually what I do is I'll make an order that looks exactly like this. Process plants right here. And then I'll click this green button over on the right. And then I'll just click yes whenever there's 10 available. And then I'll just click this button once the clock so that it says it's checked monthly. And then once a month, they'll just see if there's 10 available, and you'll get some job cancellations. But as long as you have these two shops and pigtails disabled from cooking, you will just consistently have, like, within a year or two, you'll have, like, a couple hundred cloth. Yeah, that too. There is, if you want to, like, specialize heavily into planting industry, another good thing to do is go to other jobs, understanding orders, and set it so that... nope, it's not. Oh, yeah, everybody harvests is the default there. Set it to only farmers harvest, and then go to one of these. Zones for drinking. I always have to skim through this and find it. Dude, I need to turn this on. Other food. Why can't I find it now? Now I'm confused. I'm looking for the only, like, planters plant thing, which I know exists. Just get, how much alcohol do you have, Monakir, in your fort? Is it in the labor screen? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. No, not thinking of something that's in the labor screen. I'm looking for a different thing that I swear exists, unless I'm just confusing it with something else, which I do sometimes, which is similar to this. Definitely in one of these. On my kitchen, on maintaining. Don't want them doing that. But your drink was like 127. Yeah, that's the question. Okay, well, that's not too much. So you're in, like, early game then. Especially if you're brewing them faster than you can cook them. You're just going off memory. Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna ask if you had like 4,000 drink or something and a very low number of dwarves, but if it's only like 120 something, that's crazy. There's also that. Cooking drinks is also a problem. Because if you go to your kitchen and you go to drinks, by default, they're all set to cook. I don't know why. So if you're cooking food, you should turn that off. And also then you should go to seeds and, like, set all the seeds you don't want to keep to be cooked. Those are like just a few pro tips. Like I'm never gonna replant these rye plants, right? I'm never gonna replant these whipvine plants. So might as well just cook them. So gives you more food variety. There is a job that I swear it used to exist. Workers. Oh, this one. No, not that one. Not workers gather food. What am I thinking exists that I'm like... I'm mostly just like trying to sort this from my own brain now. Because this is going to bother me for a while. But anyway, we're going to set a bunch of dwarves to be planter specific so that we get less dwarves planting. I wonder if they nuked that option now that we can customize these jobs, because that might actually be what it is. I'm looking at a different version of the UI too, so there's also that. Fields, related. I think I'm also going to give farmers some more farming specific things. I'm also going to give them butchery. And let's also say gelding and nah, I don't want to give them shearing. But I'm going to give them some more specific jobs. Does food variety matter to dwarves? Absolutely. They get bored if they only eat the same food all the time. Alcohol variety also matters. So if you see a dwarf with like the thought wants to eat a good meal, also I need to make cups. If you see a dwarf with the thought wants to make a good meal, or hasn't had a good meal in too long or whatever, or could use a good meal. I can't remember what the exact wording is, but it's something about meals. It means they want more food variety or better quality cooked meals. And if it says that they are annoyed after drinking the same old booze, it means they need more alcohol variety. All right, let's jump down to here. And we're going to throw a lever down here. Because gremlins go for the closest lever. Whoa! Kitties! Thanks for...
If the average human can only hold their breath for 10 minutes, how was Louis Armstrong the first man on the moon?
Oh. I get it. I don't know why that took me a second, but it did. Thanks for $3. Increasing today's bits revenue from $3 to $4. What feels weird, Cluties, man? Yeah, that's cheating, though. Enemy. There's plenty of ways that you can cheat in this game that I just refuse to do.
And then there were $5.
$5. Yay, it's $5. Yeah. Light technically goes through multiple floors. So basically, let's just say this is the surface, which it's not. If I were to do this, dig out all of these individual levels, right? And then on the bottom one, start farming, I could grow above ground stuff. But I don't do that because that's cheating. At least I think it's cheating. You don't have to listen to what I think is cheating and isn't. That's completely up to you.
Did you know the number 6 is also a musical?
Nope. No, I didn't. Thanks for the fun fact. Did you know that the internet is for porn? It's like the only musical reference I could think of with no time to prepare. Or, matchmaker, make me a match? Something, something. Director of the movie of Fiddler on the Roof recently passed away. I mean, I will sometimes use glass, but I'll only do it one layer below the surface. Enemy. I like it when people give me tips that I used to tell people years ago. But no, this is nothing new. This is known fact and has been in game for a very long time. Very long time. So once these two doors are placed, I'm going to real quick just deconstruct this because I'm going to need it to connect all these two mechanisms. This lever is going to be connected to this door, and this lever is going to be connected to this door. And then I'm going to pull the lever, and it'll open those doors. And then if a gremlin runs in here, I will have walled this in already. If a gremlin walks in here, I'm not necessarily stating that that's what it is. It's just it's kind of a funny thing to me. But that's all. I just find it kind of funny. All right, so that's connected. Need something to coax this gremlin in. See? Gremlin. Gremlin just visited? Yeah. We just got a second one, in fact. Now I'm scared the dwarves are going to kill it. Where is it? Gremlin! This is a different one. Ooh. Completely careless with resources when working on projects and invariably wastes a lot of time. Heads up, if you do ever actually catch a gremlin and you manage to tame it once you get it into a cage, be wary. They only eat bones. So not only do you have to train them, you have to like pasture them on a stockpile full of bones. Ooh, struck starfax, sapphires, and emeralds. But this is a really good scene. Is a tavern required for outsiders? Yes. The more you regret having killed them? I mean, kill them, they're dangerous. But they're also hysterical, so... They're also trap avoid, so you can't catch them in cage traps without, like, some pretty heavy fiddling around with the game. Is it a default prompt for Gremlin? I don't think it pauses and relocates, but it does give you a little tiny doodly dick there. Like a little notification. Don't ask me what a doodly dick is. My brain just wanted to say that. Doohickey. There you go. That's kind of where I was going. Okay, so now these doors will open. And then I can lock this door. Pull this off. And wall this off. Look at all these Drothless. Sweet. Will it not pull it again after I catch it with the doors? Possibly. Dude, they're trap avoid, so pressure plates are traps. But we're also not quite done yet. We're getting there. Oh, well, Rigath, you're brilliant. That's my expedition leader right there. Yeah. Okay, I see how I need to do this. So that's one for right there. One for right there. That'll do her. This message was written from an IRC client, but Twitch counts you as a bot. Oh, really? And the delay is insane. Okay. Enjoy work, just stop or don't. Best of luck. Okay, so this is going to pop up here. That'll be fine. This is going to amuse me. You're just stuck here for now. Get to it, Dwarf. You just needed to try. How bad was the typing delay? Out of curiosity. Like, when you say insane, you mean like minutes? Hours? All right, so let's go. Wow, I screwed this up. That's fine. No, it's not fine. That one's good. This one's not. Like 20 to 30 seconds? That's not bad then. I would argue. Okay, you know what? Cancel this. We're gonna move this up to here. You do not have any delay in the web client that's built into the... Yeah, sure, but 30 seconds isn't that bad. I'm not denying that there's a delay. I'm just saying it's not that bad. Also, update on Suicide Squad. According to the Steam API, it's 74% positive reviews over 372. But Steam itself is claiming mostly positive with 232 still, and there's 10,000 people playing. I honestly hope that that game fails, but I don't want it to fail catastrophically. And the reason I say that is I don't want Rocksteady to go out of business. I don't want them to shut down Rocksteady. Rocksteady makes some amazing games when they're just left to their own devices. So basically, I want that offline mode that's supposed to come out in like 6 months or whatever their roadmap says. I want that to come out. And then I just want them to go make a new game. Much confused as to what you're digging. I am digging out 2 cave-in pillars to block the way out. You know what? Let's just make this less confusing looking. And I will just change the direction of this slightly. There you go. And there's some friendly Drothlas walking into my fort. I'm probably going to seal off the caverns in a moment, actually. So the only thing the gremlin can do is pull this lever. Because there's multiple gremlins based on their age in this world. In the general vicinity of me. Okay, so this one's good to go. So these ramps can get removed. So can these. Not that those really matter, but... Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk about changes that Twitch made to Twitch, like, you know, multiple years ago now. That's kind of a redundant conversation. Yeah, I'm aware of what they did. But, like, I know that you can still connect via IRC. Let's just leave it there. If you want to go ramble about this, take it to a different chat room, please. It's just so far off topic, and it's honestly... It's just not worth it. You found out, and I was correct. You can, in fact, still connect. End of discussion. Hope the stream's going better than yesterday from what I heard. I mean, the stream went offline at about 5 hours in yesterday. We are 2 hours and 35 minutes in, so we haven't hit that point yet. So ask me again in a few hours, and we will know if the stream is in fact going better than yesterday. Do I have another artifact being made, or is that already finished? I just didn't close it. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to connect this lever to this and this. So if it pulls it once, it locks the doors. If it pulls it a second time, it'll cave in this and this, which will block this walkway here and this walkway here. And I don't think there's a tick delay for caving in stuff. I could be wrong. But it would be pretty unlikely that it'll be able to get out. Also, thanks for the 1 penny, Neokai. I completely missed that. How you doing, dude? Yeah, that's the plan for tonight, is we are going to play until about 5 p.m., so probably about 8 hours of Dwarf Fort, and then we will be playing, 4:35, something like that. And then we will be playing Home Safety Hotline. Shining bars of metal. Ah! Think I can do that? Actually, I haven't found any ore yet. There's plenty of lignite. Is there ore in these caverns? Because I can start making bars. That's not an issue. But I need to find some of that ore that supposedly exists. Opals? That's a you problem, Elfie. Sorry. I mean, it's gonna. I'm gonna swap when I feel like it. Probably around 5 though. Yeah, we're gonna have to go deeper. Could I smelt while I look? I mean, the game's paused. What's the point? Why would I waste time like that? Guess we dig deeper. I don't really want to hit another cavern layer, but... Let's just pause and also check these layers above ground. All right. I know that metal is sparse on this map. This is all conglomerate, so I doubt we're going to find anything. Tons of lignite up here. So much coal. Like 2 maps in a row, I've gotten tons of coal. The one thing we have on this map is lead and silver, which means it's probably just galena. So I'm assuming it's deep. Honestly, in my opinion, if you're playing on anything but sparse, you're spoiled. It's like, I'm pretty sure I don't even have any metal items in this forest, aside from like my picks, but I don't even know if like a pickaxe gives me a whole bar back if I melt it down. Are pickaxes 1-to-1? You get one? Let me stare at this dwarf for a second. I think he needs 2. No, he just needs 1. One of my cages? Wood. Literally everything in this map is wood. Currently. Wood and stone right now. And gems. 4 workers. We've moved to 4 metalsmiths. Or armorsmiths. Or I forget. I think I'm going to set one of my bronze battle axes to be melted. We'll just do that. Yep, that's how this works. If you want to play this version, you have to install this version. We'll just do it this way. I don't know. Ask them. I've never asked them. I assume that a lot of the default settings changes were to make the game more approachable. I personally think having the default ore efficiency where it is awful. Because the default ore efficiency was always sparse back in the day. And back in the day, you also didn't know what type of metal you had when you embarked. This is the first version of the game where you didn't have that. But all you weak DF hack wimps demanded to know what type of metal. So Parn was like, all right, let's do 1 round of lignite first. And then melt. Although actually, I'm just going to set that to repeat. To trade for metals yet? No, you can absolutely import metals. No, it's literally, I almost guarantee you it was I mean, it's the same reason they made diamonds readily available in the basement, right? Is they wanted players to be able to see things because they wanted the game to be more approachable. It's literally like me being a gatekeepy asshole. That's literally all it is. Saying, well, they made the game easier for an audience that doesn't necessarily know what they're getting into. Your Dwarven shotgun worked? Hey! Got the last kinks out of it last night. Welcome to the Fun Kids Club. Bang. Done. Deviled potato. I'll take a deviled egg on a potato. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the first world that I generated in this version, I almost immediately generated a new world because I realized that sparse was default. Or wasn't default. I was like, why? And I still kind of feel that way. It's like the one thing I get a little gatekeepy about in this game is like, why? Like, come on. What are you scared of? Clearly something. For some reason they didn't connect it to this one. I think I checked. I'm gonna perform a second round of tests on them? Hell yeah. Because, like, if you have, like, ore set to, like, the maximum availability setting, there's no reason to really hunt around and dig below the first few levels, which sucks. There's almost no reason to interact with the trade system. And it's very easy to just get the perfect embark every time, which sucks, largely. I don't know, I'm just gonna always have that opinion. Rith, the carpenter, has created a bunmetashim, a tower cap splint, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. Thanks for the fancy splint. This is a tower cap splint. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of bronze. On the item is an image of the wind and beyond, the andesite bound codex in tower cap. On the item is an image of clouds in pyrite. That I'm just gonna keep. What? Apparently I have a Drothla in a cage. Cool! Let's start training a Drothla. I'm sorry. I have 3 Drothlas in cages. I'm confused. How do I tell them to train? Putnam, I found a bug. You reported that bug? Well, I'm gonna report it too. Can only do it with the effect. What's the command to force train them in DFAC? If I can ask, because I do need to empty these cages. It's on the creature's screen now. I'm not going to enable the overlay. Is there a command to do it? Okay, then I won't do it. I will just auto-dump destroy these. That or just exterminate them. I'm not gonna turn the overlay back on, sorry. Exterminate this. Wait, I think that was the wrong one. Oops. Oh, I see. It was in cage. Exterminate this. Because they're not trained, so they will escape from the cages and kill. And then get killed when they escape from the cages. So no, I'm not going to do that. Sorry. Not until they fix it. I don't, the thing is, like, when people tell me, oh, DFHack has a fix for this, that's not a fix for it, right? There's a reason I'm not using DFHack, it's to find issues, right? Also, I need to get a anvil soon because there is now 4 workers in this. And the more workers we get in this and the more dwarves learn, like, armor smithing, the more moods we're going to start getting for that require an anvil. I mean, it was between that or this, but, I mean, that's more clicks, so I'm doing this. Okay, so next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to work towards making a temple, which is going to go up here. Because I still don't have beds yet, but... So we've got several very murder gaudy temples. Kind of tempted to not make a generic temple off the bat and just jump straight into, like, religious group's temple. Yesm, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. The holy moistness. That was a different world, unfortunately. But a very funny world. If I'd known that this patch was going to release today, I wouldn't have even generated that world. But thank you much for the brand new Prime subscription. Welcome back, Elfie. Elfie, I have a question. If you get a job being the principal of a school, would you become Elfie Dean? What's the patch? It's in the experimental branch.
You suck.
And it adds a bunch of features and breaks a lot of things. As in, like, a bunch of buttons mysteriously vanished. Is college a dean? Oh, well, rip. There goes my dreams of bad puns. So because we'll inevitably get a mayor, I'm going to pre-build a mayor's office. It's going to be a mayor's dining room. Mayor's office. That's a weird little side wall thing, so I'm going to get rid of that. We'll put the mayor's office up here. You had a dean in high school? That might be I wonder if that's a regional thing then. But thank you for the pun rescue. We much needed it. I'm thinking once this becomes like a proper temple thingy, maybe I could make this inner area into like a additional room if they demand a temple complex. Oh, but here's the biggest deal with the new patch. You can now go into a specific default job, like let's just say hauling, and see exactly what hauling does. We could go, excuse me, so I could now like have hauling, a bunch of dwarves assigned to hauling, right? And then remove burial and refuse, and then assign burial and refuse hauling to maybe just my military or something. So you can go into the planting job and see exactly what planting does. And I actually added something to planting. I added butchery to planting. And also gelding. So it gives you a little bit, by that I mean a lot, more control over things. And then there's weird ones like this one, which it's no jobs. Same with like woodcutting and mining, but yeah. You can also edit the name. You can't change the image, though. I've had a lot of people asking if you can change the image, but you can't. I wouldn't change the name, though. Maybe, like, mining plus X thing or something. Are you hauling a boulder? Yes, you are. I thought that I had Did I thought I had wheelbarrows. All right, let's fix that. Four? I don't really need many, just 4. Wheelbarrows. Let's use tower cap so that they're all the same color. We're not brewing right now, that's fine though. I'm gonna process plants, milk animal, and shear animal, and spin thread. Well, I still have the animals before I eat them. How do you gild a plant? Squishing its seeds. Actually, wouldn't picking a flower be gelding a plant? Like, kind of literally? All right, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to block the cavern layers. At least for the time being. Because there's gremlins in these caves, and I'd like to catch one. Although, in order to catch one, I need to have a good view of down here. Oops, that's not a good spot. Ah, that'll work. That'll do. Actually, let's use a ramp. I've been using a lot more ramps recently for no particular reason. We're gonna dig down into here, and this is gonna be a little watch zone. And I'm gonna put some sort of non-grazing animal down there, maybe a goose. Celesty. Hold on a second. Let me just, I know what you want, so just give me a sec. I have a glass maker named Kilob who is currently my gem cutter. And there's a dwarf sleeping on that shop. I think I should start making bedrooms. Would you like to be that gem cutter? Carl Weathers died. Really? That's, you know, one of the worst parts about this job. I mean, rest in peace, Carl Weathers. Damn. 14 minutes ago. Wow, you're not kidding. One of the worst parts about this job is I can't, like, have, like, a couple minutes or, like, a few hours before I realize a celebrity dies. Like, minutes after a celebrity dies, I find out. Like, I generally know within 10 to 15 minutes, tops, of a celebrity dying. Chat, what's one Carl Weathers movie I should watch? As a token of appreciation to Carl. Predator? Good one, actually. Because I know I've seen him in lots of stuff, but it's always a matter of, like, going through. Ooh, actually, maybe Rocky. I haven't seen Rocky in a billion years. But Predator I've seen kind of recently. I should just go chaotic mode and watch Action Jackson. The fuck's American warships? He's in a lot of, like, 70s to 90s, like, not great looking action and Western films. I should watch one of those. Like, whatever the hell Assault on Death Mountain is. Or the Bermuda Depths. I don't even... What? He had a hand in some strange movies. Actually, I should just watch Close Encounters. I love Close Encounters. Well, my weekend's set. I'm watching Close Encounter. I'm rewatching Close Encounters, chat room. Rest in peace, Carl Weathers. Also, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You want to know what's insane? Suicide Squad has very positive reviews. What the fuck's happening? I peed on the Flash. What? I mean... Wow. None of us were right. We were all expecting it to be overwhelmingly negative to mostly negative. Or like mixed down the high end. I was being positive and I was like mixed. Damn, dude. I'm kind of impressed. There is part of me that's like kind of happy about this, but also I'm kind of mad because I don't want this game to like be super successful. I want it to be just successful enough that Rocksteady doesn't go bankrupt and Warner Brothers decides that like, you know, not to make live service games anymore. Unrelated but related, I'm excited that The Abyss and True Lies are... Oh, wait, really? Huh. Yeah, because I know the Abyss has been, like, in a container for forever, hasn't it? Like, they've been holding that movie hostage for forever. All right. So we're going to do this temple. Once this temple's built, we're going to start working on bedrooms. And bedrooms are going to go a layer up. I'm thinking... I've got this little awkward nook here. What if I go up with some ramps and then we go and around the corner? But first off, let's just drop this down to lower priority. And then this is going to go over top of this. So I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to go whoop, one. Go down to here and go whoop, one. And then this can connect here. And I will channel this out so they can look down into the farms. Maybe put cages around the edges of it. And bedrooms will be on either side. And I'll make them go across and then loop back around and do something fun. Have bridges or something. Oh, sweet. Perfect timing. Ad break. And I get to read some nonsense. Good timing. Pangolins, but those pesky eyes saw none of it. Good news, everyone. Today is Wednesday. Happy dudes. Convincingly, we scream. Mycobacteria are plentiful. Existentialism can identify certain ducks as mean. When camels squeal quietly into the void, geckos wake. You got a Suicide Squad ad? Bing! That's called... Are they tracking us? Somebody help out Silver She here so they don't need to see any more Suicide Squad ads. Yeah, Carl Weathers died. That's what we're talking about over here, Chad. Rest in peace. When celebrities pass away, I think like there's two normal reactions for people. There's get really, really, really sad and upset about it, which is, I think, the most common reaction that people have. And honestly, that's understandable to a degree. But the response I try to have when I hear that a celebrity passed away is to find something that, if somebody I cared about, find something that they did that affects me positively and go watch or review or rewatch that thing. Like when Neil Peart died, I listened to Rush's entire discography 5 times in a row in one day. That was a good day. And like that's just how I operate, right? Yeah, Robin Williams was pretty brutal. But the recovery for me for Robin Williams was actually pretty quick because shortly after Robin Williams passed away, I saw Iron Maiden. By shortly, I mean like a year later or something. And I was still kind of beaten up about it. But the thing that fixed me was I saw Iron Maiden. Because they apparently dedicated Tears of the Clown off of the Book of Souls to the passing of Robin Williams. So I got a huge, like, and they also, like, jammed on that song for a bit, so we got, oh, wow, sweet, Giants Cave Swallows. Got a really, really, really long, basically tribute to Robin Williams, which felt pretty cool. It was nice. I'm going to put probably the pig, wild boar in this. You rewatch Dreams May Come a couple times a year. Are you a put a movie on in the background and half watch it kind of person, Gertha? There a weird way to see if evil biomes are resurrecting before embarking. No, but what I do, if I'm curious about something like that, is I would just select the location, then hit play now, and then just like intentionally kill your dwarves, set it so that the game doesn't save, wait for a couple minutes, see if they resurrect, or see what happens. Because if you use the play now option, you can quit without saving, and then just re-embark there later. Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Silvershe. Eva, when dying hit you the hardest? Yeah, that's a sad one. Honestly, celebrity deaths that are natural don't bother me that much, right? It's part of life. Celebrity suicides fuck me up. Yeah. Like Chris. Yeah, I don't even want to get into it, but like, you know, like singer of multiple bands that I grew up on. Linkin Park, example. Audio Slave. To understand this update is not being able to play games, and DF should restart and should I restart and do a new fortress? When this update comes out, if you want trolls to be part of Goblin invasions, you should make a new world. Yes, if you want trolls as part of your invasions. If you don't care, doesn't matter. Because trolls will require a full game restart to get them as part of your invasions. Show me how to live in Fragrance. But as far as are doors breakable now, I doubt it. I haven't seen a Forgotten Beast. There's nothing about that in the patch notes. But trolls are one of the creatures that can toppleable items. I think the problem with doors is they're just not toppleable when they're locked, but they are toppleable when they're not locked. Also, toppleable is a hard word to say. And Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Bloody Drongo, I guess? Cheers. But yeah, natural celebrity deaths don't mess with me that much. It's celebrity suicides that screw me up. Just go around the edge here. Also, did I actually name that dwarf for you? I don't think I did, Celesty. Nope, I certainly didn't. Here, well, let's do that. I got distracted by Carl Weathers. Amethyst. There you go. Amethyst can be very happy and optimistic, and she actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she is stubborn. She finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by her natural tendencies, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She can handle stress, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She prefers to present herself modestly. She is assertive, and she tends to She tends to be a little bit tight with resources when working on projects. She generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity and can easily fall into love or develop positive feelings. She has an active imagination and she is often nervous. She isn't particularly curious about the world and she stiffens up when she's surprised. She cackles when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Values eloquence and doesn't feel strongly about the law. You had a blind cave troll waltz into your tavern and was there for like 2 weeks until it attacked one of your dwarves, so you murdered it with your dwarves. Because they're blind, so they can't see. Why do they do this? I don't know. I've never seen one do that. I've definitely had them like walk through my fortresses. Yeah, I don't know. Blind cave trolls are also huge. They're like the size of giants, so they're quite dangerous. This dwarf's quite happy. Very satisfied at work. Also very happy about learning about armor smithing. I'm also going to get some gems being cut. There's no rhyme or reason to why some of them are flat, by the way. Just kind of making random patterns as I do. The singer from Linkin Park fucked you up. Yep. No, I agree. I agree. You'll watch Predator for the 35th time? I think I've seen Predator maybe 4 or 5 times. Maybe. Something like that. Also, we crested at we have 100 likes on YouTube, and we've peaked at over 100 viewers on YouTube. So thank you, YouTubes. Appreciate you guys. You guys are holding your own today. Not quite as big a crowd as yesterday, but that's fine. Main thing I was sad about yesterday was just the fact that, you know, I had the highest view count I've had this year, and also in the last, I don't know, basically since like October, it's the highest view count I've had, outside of large raids, which don't last all that long. And that kind of sucked. It was the highest view count I'd had on Twitch, and it was the highest view count I'd had on YouTube in months. So, it was just a bad day. Start Holding Arrive, probably. Watched Jaws many, many times at least. I'm trying to think, what movie have I seen the most? I will say, I've watched The Raid 3 times in the last year. I saw The Raid once, very long time ago, slept through most of, well, maybe not slept through most of it, but don't remember most of it because I was very tired. And I've watched The Raid 3 times in the last 365 days. Was bitten by a dwarf and lost his nose. Got your nose! Should put, if it says like where moose nose, you should like, or where camel nose, you should put it on a pedestal. And then every time a dwarf walks past it, you can tell them the pun of, where's the rest of the camel? God, nobody knows. Everybody's still wondering. It's just too good of a pun to not. I haven't actually seen all of the Harry Potter movies. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I read all the books. They were okay. Although, I read most of them by the end of it, like the last 2, just because literally every person my age was reading Harry Potter, and I was, you know, trying to have friends. So I sort of found a bug. Mouse wheel. Oh, now it does. Okay, weird. Say mouse wheel isn't working on this. No, it is. Or it is now, anyway. I wonder, can I? Oh, yeah, I can page up and page down on this one. Cool. The rest, eh. Yeah, I don't know. Aside from J.K. Rowling being an absolute weirdo, being a little, aside from J.K. Rowling being a little weirdo, to me, my biggest problem with Harry Potter was that it aged with its audience. Like, they slowly, like they went from, like, a pretty whimsical, interesting story to being this weird, grim, dark thing. And I'll be honest, it shows shitty writing. Because if J.K. Rowling was a decent writer with a decent vision, she would have stuck to her vision instead of completely contorting. You think that was planned? Bullshit. That book was not, those books were not planned to be successful. But I actively hate how those books did that. Because it's like, no, I'm reading a book because I like the way the book is. And I want the characters to evolve, certainly. But I don't want the entire vibe of the whole series to change. Supposed to age with the reader. It's a fucking bad way to write a book. I'll go read The Wheel of Time instead. Yeah, like on napkins or whatever the fuck, Nasty Ninja. I mean, I already said she's a little weirdo and a problem, but, you know. That's just kind of common knowledge at this point. Same with, like, you know, Notch and Minecraft. Turns out there's a lot of creatives that have had a lot of cultural impact that are weirdos. Unfortunately. All right, let's do borax is what I'm using. Borax sounds like something a doctor would prescribe. There's all sorts of issues with her world building. Oh yeah, that was just the one that broke it for me. You know, honestly, the way you're describing that, Elfie, just makes me think about Twilight. Also, yeah, the movie The Raid. Hold on a second. This movie. I'll plop a linkery dinkle into the YouTube and the Twitch chat because YouTube's asking about it. The Raid. That is my. It's not my favorite movie of all time, but I will say that The Raid is top 5 for me. Top 5, yeah. I will say that the movie The Raid, or technically The Raid Redemption, top 5 favorite movies of all time. I don't know what number. Although I don't think I would number my top 5 favorite movies of all time because they're all like completely different. And it depends on the week. I don't necessarily like stories with good guys and bad guys. I like stories with characters who have depth. And that rarely means having strict good guy, bad guy identifiers, I guess. Literally read her Twitter, Arland. Just do everybody in this, and this is the reason I was asking yours to like, hey, maybe let's just agree that she's an idiot, move on, instead of like being oddly specific, because all that this does is it weeds out the one person who's gonna be like, yeah, I don't care, and that just starts a shit fest. So Urist, I agree with you. I'm on your side here, but let's not just turn this into a chat poop throwing festival, because that's what's gonna end up happening. Yes, she's a bigot. Also, trans rights, if you want me to say that. But fighting over this doesn't change anything. Putting it bluntly, Arland, she makes Jordan Peterson look polite sometimes. Polite and tactful. So that's it. Life was so much better in the 80s. Do everybody here a favor. If you enjoy media, enjoy the media. But when we're talking about the creators of media, do everybody a favor. If the general response is, I'm going to defend the bad person in this chat, it's not going to end well for anybody, especially you. And also, I would echo what chat just said. It's better in the 80s for who? So it was better in the 80s for people that are considered normal? What is normal? So you're saying it was better when portions of the population were just getting abused and locked in a room and informed that they didn't exist and didn't have rights because they were born in a body that didn't feel like theirs? Better? Really? It was better to be in the 80s when concerts would brag about how much electricity they were using. It was better in the 80s when we had way less vaccines for deadly illnesses. When I choose a snack for gaming, what is my go-to? I am diabetic, so I don't snack. But cheese. Tiny little cheese slices. Cheese sticks. No, but you said it was better in the 80s. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about the 80s. You said it was better in the 80s. Remember, you're doing this to yourself, Arland. So I would recommend... Okay. End it at that. I would recommend you take the L, accept the general philosophy of this chat, because you do not have the popular opinion here, and move on. Cucumbers and hummus is a pretty good one. I'm just not a snacker. If I'm going to snack, it's usually like a boiled egg. I'll make a power salad sometimes, but I don't eat unless I'm hungry, really. You do realize, Arland, the first book burning that Hitler did was a bunch of medical books, right? Among them were books about gender-affirming care. Fuck off. And I'm a cis straight man. And never come back to this chat. Oh, just people insisting that... Anyway, you know what? I'm not... You can go back in the VOD if you want. It's called genetics. And how our bodies work. Not everybody has all of the chemicals they need to be the thing that they look like. Sorry. That's me trying to, you know, as the Empress of the World says, shake it off. How's the fort doing? Pretty good. A little bit low on some supplies, but fine. Aside from that, we need an anvil still. Working towards that. I'll be honest with you, I couldn't. There's 2 Taylor Swift songs I could actually name off the top of my head, and that's one of them. Yeah, we embarked with no anvil on a dare from chat. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. It's fine. I haven't actually found metal yet. You know, if the thing is, if this wasn't on the internet, and I ran into a person like Arland, right? And we were having a discussion. Let's just say we're in a bar or something. I'd be completely civil and try and educate without starting an argument. If you're in my chat and you come in and your response is a decent portion of your audience isn't human, just don't be here. I don't want you here. You are not welcome here. You're not willing to learn, clearly. You're not willing to better yourself. So go away. Period. Rough color means gem. Uncut gem. Yep. Like the best Adam Sandler movie. Something has pulled the lever! I think we got a gremlin. We blocked this off and blocked this off. I mean, it's okay. I can actually let the piggy out now. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna dig through this wall. And we're gonna start looking. Did we get a gremlin? Yes. Strange moods will override the station. What am I going to do with the gremlin? I'm going to use some more shenanigans to try and cage trap him so that I can tame it. Although, currently I can't do that, which is a good thing I didn't cage trap him. Uh-oh. We got troglodytes. Is it stealth? Yeah. Look at the fucking Congo line of troglodytes. Bye, guys. And the naked bulldogs. Got him. We got him! Chat room, we got him! We fucking got him. 388 years old. We got Stista Gorblin. Suited, thank you very much for the $10, by the way. Appreciate you. Good work, Chad. I mean, it's it's pathetic that people can't have some basic empathy towards other people around them. And it's pathetic that we live in a world where that is such a big issue for some people. That's it. Now what do? So now I need to get a, well, actually, what do is I need Tarn and Putnam to patch the game so that I can tame animals again, or I need to use DF hack. Then I need to catch it in a cage, which is going to be its own series of fuckery. I need to get a cage trap with a web on it, or I need to knock it into a cage trap, which is hard to do without killing it. But easier to do now that it's locked in an area by itself. We'll probably try and knock it into a cage trap. Basically, I'm going to make a room full of cage traps with a cave-in thing on the other side of a fortification, so that when it pulls another lever, it'll get knocked over and then hopefully land in a cage trap. Then I can train it. Then I can eventually tame it. And because I've got one, there's definitely more. So we're going to try and catch another one the same way we just caught this one. And hopefully they don't starve to death, because I don't think they will when they're not trained. Then they can petition to join the fortress. That's what I want to do. Oh, it's a few steps. Don't worry, it is a few steps. And then because the only tasks that they can actually do in the fortress are walk around and socialize. Hear me out. Hear me out. Oh yeah, true, save. Because all that they can do is walk around and socialize, all they do is gain skills. That's it. Also, they're immortal, by the way. So, theoretically, if you have a gremlin in your fortress, they will inevitably overtake all of your dwarves in speaking skill. And like intimidating and lying and all those things. Quite a bit, probably, enemy. If you can pull off all of those things, then you will inevitably get them elected as mayor. And because they can't do any jobs and have no preferences, they cannot request demands. So theoretically, you could appoint them as Baron. And if you appoint them as Baron, they also can't have demands or requests. That's literally it. It's the whole point behind this. Can they procreate? If you get 2, yeah. This is a lady gremlin. There's at least one more here because I've seen another one. Actually, there's 3. So, what are you guys doing? No job? No job? You heading in? Yes, we can. Self-identifying gremlin here. It's like, as a gremlin, we can in fact do the woohoo, just like the Sims do. I mean, that gremlin monarch would be a whole nother list of things. God almighty. Now I'm in an ad break. Elfie, feel free to slap people, by the way. You're more than welcome to. You don't buy into science, then, Chad. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. You know what you're doing right now, right, Chad? You're ban evading. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a platform bannable offense on both Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. That's what you're doing. You're insisting on having the last word and ban evading. So there is no buying into how the human body works. We all have different amounts of hormones, and if you are so bigotedly broken in the direction of not understanding how human biology works, that you're going to belittle and insist that humans around you don't have the right to exist, then I don't want you to have the right to exist in my chat. Peace, nerd. Vamos. It's very rare I have to ban people twice in a day. But here we are. Here's the thing. You can like Harry Potter. Go watch, go enjoy Harry Potter. That's totally fucking fine. But don't you go belittling yourself to the level of J.K. Rowling. He's in the other chat. What's even better is I have his first name, last name now, if that's real. Also, his name's Chad, which kind of checks out, honestly. Plenty of people still like Harry Potter. Enjoy Harry Potter. That's totally fine. I'm not gonna fault anybody for enjoying media. I like media that was made by bad people. How many underscores do you have? Oh, not much, only 21. Is it actually 21? I've never actually counted them, but I have like read them out loud before while mousing over them. Sorry to all the Chads in the world, by the way. Who calls banning hiding? YouTube. Because YouTube doesn't actually ban... You can't actually ban people on YouTube. You can, however, hide people, which is shadow banning, meaning he can still watch. You can still watch all my YouTube videos and like and dislike them all he wants. But, like... He can't comment. Or he can, but it'll just show up as not commenting. Also, you know what's hysterical? I have 8 dislikes on today's YouTube stream. I don't think I've ever gotten a dislike on a YouTube stream before. That's actually really funny. Sent to the shout round, pretty much. I'm actually looking because I'm curious. So today's stream is officially the first YouTube stream I've ever done that's gotten more than 1 dislike. Because I'm scrolling through the entire history. Yeah, well, okay, I'm not going to go further than 50 back. But vast majority of them are 100% likes. This is the first one. And honestly, worth it. Somebody's mad? Slightly. You know, the comedy of this to me, or the sad part about this to me, is it's just intentional ignorance. Classic boomer behavior. I don't know if I would say boomer. We are products of the conditions that we are raised under, right? So I think I think it's kind of unfair to like knock an entire age category over something like that, but oh no, I mean H.P. Lovecraft is like I would say significantly more problematic than J.K. Rowling. Significantly more. All right, let's knock this down and rearm the Gremlin capture device. And there go all. Meanwhile, all the troglodytes are like freedom, which I'll probably crush. She does off of the rights to it. But like when you already have more money than God, who cares? Like really? I honestly don't think it matters all that much. Yeah, I think when it comes to Lovecraft, the important thing with Lovecraft is just know that the guy was horrible and know where his storytelling comes from. If you can read Lovecraft, enjoy his storytelling, and understand the product of where understand where that storytelling comes from, Lovecraft is wonderful. It's when people read Lovecraft and go, this is really cool, and don't understand it, that it worries me. You didn't know that he was horrible. Go to Wikipedia, or actually go to Google, lazy man, type in H.P. Lovecraft's cat's name. Look up the name of his cat. That's all that you need to know about Lovecraft. Also, him and, like, actual Nazis were pen pals. So, like, they're just... Look at what he named his cat. Yeah, he was probably deeply ill, but just look at what he named his cat. I would show you or say it, but I will get banned from Twitch and YouTube if I show you or say it. Look at what he named his cat. That's it. His writing is the product of extraordinary amounts of racism. He was a racist fuck for the time. Like, and that, just know that. But I like H.P. Lovecraft too. I mean, his writing is fucking genius for one very specific reason. He put all of his stuff into the public domain right away and was just like, yeah, you want to write stuff based on my work? Go nuts. Like, he was a marketing genius for the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, literally, like, the whole, like, fear of the unknown is literally the fear of interbreeding. It's a really racist term, and his cat was black. I'll say that for those of you who don't feel like tapping out or Googling or whatever. Filter? That didn't exist back then. Don't be silly. But you have to remember that it's a product of its time, right? They're just plain short. Dwarves are too short to look down on anyone is maybe one of the funniest things I've read in chat today. Increase the number of wheelbarrows. Speed this process up a little bit. I love how there's just troglodytes everywhere. Sage Bitey, the stonecutter, has been possessed. Sorry about the really, really serious topics, but when someone is being a concern in chat, sometimes it's important to talk. You feel bad for the cat? I'm sure I hope that cat was well fed and given plenty of pets. But talk about a canary in the coal mine. That goes. Rough color, stone rock. Lots of gems. Oh, maybe I cut all my gems. I see. So the only rough gems I have are not actually accessible from where that dwarf is. Okay. That's fine. Let's do, well, this is going to become my next gremlin trap. Although, I should actually do this one layer further down. The trap itself is going to be right there. But while I'm doing that, let's scroll down and see if there's gems in any of these walls. Jelly opal clusters. Uh-oh, I see dwarves fighting. Or something fighting. Ooh, I hit schist. Didn't I encourage them? What, the person in chat? No, I corrected them. I gave them information to figure out how to educate themselves, and they exacerbated the issue. There's very few rules in this chat, but I do have rules. They're not written. They're rules of basic logic. If you start insisting that an entire portion of the population doesn't exist, this goes for anything, including, like, I don't know, preaching genocide, as an example. If you start wishing death on people, if you start complaining about the existence of others, I don't want you around here. And it's pretty logical if you're an adult with a working brain. And that person was making suggestions. So I asked them to elaborate. 5011 is the current patch. Yes, the beta is 5012. Yes. So if you're on that now, you're on the right one. I am Lee Chin. Hello.
This is Sparta!
And thanks for the compliment.
Tell M, blind.
It's that simple, right? So did I encourage them? Not really. I gave them the information on how they could educate themselves, and they immediately started deriding it. Are troglodytes hostile by default, or did they start to fight if scared? They start to fight if... They're not really hostile. They're just kind of hard neutral. War dogs will just attack them. They tend to just run away in fear. Yeah, they're not really a huge threat or anything. Although I'm trying to figure out what to do with them, I'll be honest with you. And they go in cages, yes. But yeah, to me, it's just basic logic. Can you pasture them? I could throw them in a hole onto spikes or something. I should probably just make like a garbage pit anyway, and then just assign them to that. Let's see, is this enough? Got them rough jelly opals. Neezer, just give me a second on this. There you go, sweet. Do you have any preference? I need weapons before I can really start to do military training, and I don't have any of those yet. Yeah, there's a button missing currently. Yeah, I know I will need bones for the gremlins, but I can't butcher troglodytes, so... But that's why I'm saving my livestock, so that I can butcher the livestock and give that to the gremlins. Troglodyte natural park. Troglodyte bone zone. Put them behind a window. I actually have a legendary wax worker? Or wait, did you get a... No, I don't have one. I guess you got one. Expedition leader? All right. Yeah, nobody's had kids yet. You get to be Regoth. All right, so the expedition leader is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. She has a strong tendency towards privacy, and there's troglodytes. She has a strong tendency towards privacy, and she actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she often feels discouraged. Are we fighting? Or are what are the troglodytes fighting with? Oh. Huh. All right. Troglodytes are finding their way into the waterfall. Great. She has trust others and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crap weather. Personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't really value merrymaking. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. You know what? I'm just gonna throw these troglodytes into the river. You're learning about armor smithing. Well, that's good. How's your armor smithing skill coming along? Proficient. Very happy I haven't gotten a armor smith demand just yet. The second I get a armor smith, we're gonna have a problem. Ah, sweet. We're gonna throw them in the river. Troglodyte water slide. How deep is the water? Actually. Deep enough. One of them already went splat. Okay, well, I guess that that shows how well that's gonna work. There's a beehive in the creek, by the way. There they go. That's 2 and 3. I'm a bad person. Except for this one, who's apparently pretty good at climbing. Oh, some of them are climbing out. Oh, there goes two more. We got 2 dead ones, and some that are just like figuring their way out, maybe. Or not. Alternatively. This one's climbing up. Come on, buddy, you can do it. And I can dig their bodies out when the water freezes. Sage Bitey the Stonecutter has created Ermagoodid. Ermagoodid! A borax scepter, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. Tower Cat bed. We are getting masterwork beds. Excellent. Ermagoodid is a borax scepter. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of oval borax cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of rock salt. On the item is an image of tomatillo plant in borax. On the item is an image of the modest lessons, borax scepter and jelly opal. So I got a response from Putnam about 50 minutes ago. And she says, let me see if I can find a save with caged animals. Looks like I don't have any, so I guess I should download that. I've got trainer buttons on non-caged animals, so I suspect there's something weird. And then, yeah, not one. And then, hang on. Asked me for the save, but I was too busy yelling at the person. And then says, yes, I see the exact problem now, and I am, in fact, just that stupid. Respect. All right. Also, Elfie, I don't see DMs because I stream in streamer mode, meaning I get no notifications from Discord, right? If I've banned somebody in my Twitch chat, you don't need to ask permission to ban them from the YouTube chat. Just ban them. That's just for future reference. Sometimes the eyes don't see. Yeah. No, I mean, this is why it's in the beta branch. And also why QA exists. So a scepter made that celebrates another scepter. Sounds like it. Or actually, I think it celebrates itself. Yeah, it literally, it's got an image of itself on it. All right, well, I need a place to put that. I don't really have one right now. I mean, if somebody's being belligerently transphobic in either of my chats, you're allowed to just bop people. Fingers as long as my legs, or legs as long as my fingers? Probably legs as long as my fingers, and then just be in a wheelchair. Blind testing. Sort of. I should get back to these bedrooms. They're not on the same level, so I keep forgetting that they're there. Okay, let's get this done, because I was making beds now. I'm just going to manually assign these so that I can see how many more I need. Ooh. Hold up. Found another issue. Napalm Sideburns is in this one. Well, time to report another thing. Oh wait, no, does it literally just remove them from the list? Napalm... Oh, okay, never mind. It just removes them from the list. Before it would say that they have quarters, so I guess, like, the list just gets shorter? Let's check this. Yeah, okay, so the list literally just gets shorter now. Wait, no, what? No, it doesn't. Okay, I don't know why it didn't refresh initially. That's weird. Okay. I guess what it does now is it resorts it so that the dwarf that has the quarters goes to the bottom of the list. That's kind of neat, but not the way I would do it. But wonder if... If no list, no, it just it looks like it's just moving the ones that have beds to the bottom of the list, which it should also do with ghosts, hopefully. I say hopefully because I don't know if it does actually do that, but ghosts should also automatically be moved to the bottom of the list. Primitive technology? I don't believe I've ever intentionally watched a primitive technology video. I've had them recommended to me a few times, though, and then watched them that way. Sup, cutest? What, don't watch primitive technology? I know there's a bunch of copycats that, like, make almost identical versions to his videos that are awful. But... I'm gonna put that scepter right here once it's placed. Text colors and menus have any significance? Yes. If the name is blinking, it means that they are legendary in a skill. Doesn't specify what skill, but they have a legendary skill. And then aside from that, they are color-coded based on job, right? So dwarves, like, crafts dwarves with crafting-related jobs are, like, kind of this color. Metal workers are kind of this color. Stone workers are kind of this color. Woodworkers are kind of a gold. Same goes for military. Different military jobs have different colors. Yeah. Faker edited videos. Oh yeah, no, and it's kind of wild. Like, it's a weirdly deep rabbit hole. Oh, don't touch ghosts. I see what you're saying. But yeah, it's a weirdly deep rabbit hole. Those, like, re-edited versions of the same video. They're like, we're gonna just take 2 sticks and start digging in the ground. Boom! Suddenly we have a house with a pool. It's like, what? So, yeah, it's not really a YouTube rabbit hole I frequent. Scepter right here. No, I know who the original guy is. I've seen his videos. I've just never gone out of my way to watch them. It's just not a part of YouTube I frequent, I guess is the better way to put it. I have seen his videos, though. The original primitive technology. I'm almost more fascinated by the copycats than I am by primitive technology, if that's, or whatever that's worth. Uh-oh. Did a bunch of limestone. I don't know if limestone's the same color as borax. See? Please ignore the marks we did with the excavator bucket. We did this by hand. Yeah, definitely. It's like there was this video, speaking of fake videos, somebody sent me a video recently going, dude, you should watch this. And I was like, okay. And it's like restoring a DS is what it was. And it's like a DS that looked like it was left in a muddy ditch for a decade. It's like almost unrecognizable as a DS. And he takes it out and he starts pulling it apart, blah, blah, blah. And he's like cleaning the individual plastic bits, doing all this stuff. And then there's a point at the end of the video where bang, he's suddenly painting it. And it's a completely different device, not even a DS. And there's something about that that's really funny to me. It's like, oh, so you just like destroyed a already destroyed DS worse and then swap it out for like some like AliExpress knockoff plastic thing that costs $20. Walmart's selling pink DS lights again? Where the fuck did they get, I guess, new old stock, right? Huh. It's kind of neat. Anything cool in the new update? Vampires hide again. Trolls work again if you generate a new world. Lots of UI changes and tweaks. Search bars, better filtering, a bunch of bug fixes, including some crashes that were like not repeatable or easy to find. Probably under the hood stuff that I don't know about. Trying to think what else. Oh yeah, burrows, you can now designate multiple layers. Basically quality of life stuff. UI stuff. Fixing things with cucumber and corn and things? What? What I recommend is the outdoor boys, like the dude that makes out of nothing a snow cave. You see, I just do that myself. You know, it's really funny that you're like, out of nothing he makes a snow cave and then spends all night in it. Bruh, that's called camping? But I did that twice last year. Like, went out into the forest in the snow, compacted it, piled it up, compacted it, dug down near it, made a snow cave, and slept in it. I don't need to watch YouTube for that shit. You would watch that? Well, cool, you don't need to because I'm never going to record it. It's me time, not you time. Can I make a YouTube video again? Once again, no. Not everything in my entire life needs to be content. The worst part about this job is that everything that you do in your life becomes content if you're not careful. And I'm very careful to keep my personal hobbies because if I made everything I did in my life into content, one, I'd be editing 10 times as much. And two, I wouldn't have a life anymore. All I would have is content. And I like having a life sometimes. Believe it or not. I went on 3 winter camping trips last year. PP. 1, I brought a tent, and 2 where we slept in a snow shelter. In about 2 weeks, we're going to do another snow shelter trip. Although we're going to try a snow trench this time. I usually take photos. I don't always take photos. Neither do we. I have to go up a mountain to do that. And this year I've been on 1 winter camping trip so far where I brought a tent because there wasn't enough snow. Makes your girlfriend sad too. Booyah! Does my wife/girlfriend play too? You think I have a significant other? That's cute. It's been years. Rock door. Nah, my moronic friend Kevin, who I hate sometimes, goes camping with me. I love Kevin, but fucking Kevin. Anybody who has a friend named Kevin knows what I mean. Turns out streaming video games on the internet as a full-time job is a really good way to make everybody think that you're broke, and it kind of cuts off most relationships at the get-go. Watching Post 10. I liked watching Post 10 until he uploaded a bunch of videos about the fact that he has pet leeches, and uploaded a video of him feeding his pet leeches, and I was revolted by it, and unsubscribed, and haven't resubscribed yet, because I'm scared he'll do that again. But every now and again, I will watch one of his videos, because I do enjoy his unclogging culverts videos. Fucking Kevin sound like a 90s sitcom? Or a 90s porno? You're a Kevin, Diamond? I'm so sorry. If you hate your friend, he's a real one. Him and me go to the bar, and he'll ask me, he's like, can we talk about politics yet? And I'll be like, nope, I need 2 more drinks. That's me and Kevin. I've known Kevin for like 12 years, maybe longer. So. Tell you about your tattoos. One of them is a aperture from Portal, and the other one is an unfinished scene from Portal. That's it. I like Portal. Although it's supposed to become a collage to turn into Half-Life, but my tattoo artist stopped doing tattoos when the pandemic hit. And I've been busy and lazy and haven't found a new tattoo artist yet. No, the tattoo is unfinished. It's supposed to have color. Currently, it's just line work. I mean, literally just line work. Finish it when Half-Life 3 launches? It did. Alex released. Trying to decide what kind of stone to make my doors out of. I guess limestone. You know what is an easy thing to start with for tattoos if you want tattoos, Lanix? Do you have an allergy? Get a medic alert tattoo. On like your wrist or your ankle. Will generally takes less than an hour. J.K. Simmons is a Dota player? Sure. It's a good headcanon. I almost never put altars in my temples, but here we are. All right, so temple. We have Igor, which is the god of hunting, fish, and lakes and day. We've got the god of luck, gambling, and games. We've got the god of death, the fated ghost. We have Kodal Charcoal Gold, who's the god of jewels, wealth, and trade. We've got the god of fortresses that nobody worships and the god of earth that nobody worships. Then we have several different religions. We have the Bud Faith of Vegetarian. Of vegetation, sorry. But there's no plants in there. That's a weird one. We've got the Gilded Faith, which is the god of luck, gambling, and games. The Doctrine of Ashes worships the fated ghost, the god of death. And then the Cult of Ghosts, which also worships the god of death. I think I'm just going to dedicate this temple to the fated ghost. The Cathedral of Dust. Sure, that fits. I have potential heresy. Yeah, we do. We absolutely have like a Catholics and Protestants situation bubbling. He's a god of death. Death is often a pretty popular god in Dwarf Fortress worlds, yeah. All right, so here and here. Actually, no, literally the only one I need to put is like right here. Nope, we gotta go up, not down. I wonder why. I don't know. Nobody knows even. Also, speaking of gremlins. I'm assuming this gremlin isn't going to get hungry until it's on my side. I mean, we've got gremlin, see? Hey, gremlin. Oh, I generally do that too, but I also generally don't play the game the same way every time, so I like to change it up sometimes. So I'm changing it up. That's all. Oh. I have to cancel this. Almost let my gremlin out. Let's instead go this way. Hey, Hendrico. What's up, dude? Been a minute. We'll go here instead. Curiosity got the better of me. Why would you feed why would you have a pet leech? I don't know. Good question. Some people have weird pets. I'm looking at you, Elfie. Shh, we're hunting gremlins. Making this way harder on my brain than it needs to be. Okay. I've been quite busy, got a new job. Yeah, a lot of people have been quite busy. Also, what's up, Ness? Does it suck you off to survive? It feeds off of your blood. Oh, lots of people keep spiders as pets. Yeah, there's nothing weird about keeping spiders as pets. Spiders actually have a personality, too. I don't know. Like, I'm okay with, like, fish. I'm okay with fish that eat other fish. I'm okay with spiders. I'm okay with things that eat animals. I'm not okay with pet that eat me. It's like, you're in a, like, it's like being next to somebody and they start eating food and you're like, oh, you're hungry for lunch? No, I'm feeding my pet tapeworm. Same kind of energy, you know? Oh, no, I mean, like, if it's not a domesticated animal or an animal that can be bred in captivity and is legally bred and sold in captivity, you shouldn't have it as a pet, period. I mean, sure, cats kill and eat things. But you don't have to feed yourself to the cat for the cat to survive, you know? I was more thinking about, like, snakes. But when people, like, if you're keeping pet tigers, just go away. Stop. Don't think it's illegal to breed tapeworms. You know what? I made that as, like, a kind of a joke. Let's just drop the tapeworm subject before it gets started, please and thank you. I would like to know nothing else about tapeworms. There's certain types of animals I can just live my whole life knowing nothing about and being completely ignorant of. And you know what? Tapeworms are one of them. Don't we all have pet nematodes, though, by that logic? I mean, unless you are, like, making antidotes for venom, for venomous snakes, or, like, running an animal refuge, yeah, you shouldn't have a pet Burmese python. This became a pretty heated argument in my chat once ages ago, because there was somebody in chat who apparently did have a pet Burmese python, because I was complaining that I can't legally have a pet snake in an apartment where I live because somebody had a pet Burmese python years ago, and it got out in the apartment building that it lived in and ate a child. Oh, no, totally. But so do cats, right? Like, cats get out and ruin ecosystems all the time, too. Subi! Glimmer Ravens wishes to reside here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. If you touch my gremlin, I will shoot you into space. You're a goblin? Ooh, where are you from? Ah, yes, that's a perfectly normal group to be a member of. This is actually an elven group, I think. Perfectly normal group to be a part of. No, but they do get out and ruin ecosystems. That's what I was talking about. Huh. This guy's got experience. Damn. It's afraid after experiencing... Did you just murder... Ah. I see. What do you think, chat? Should we allow this Gremlin into the fortress? Welcome to the fort stuff, Sky. I also got to do a thing. Labor, standing orders. Forbid used ammunition during sieges, so you can get your ammo back. Will help with the troglodyte infestation, if nothing else. All right. Dwarves down here right now. It's time to play Dodge Rock. I don't have a captain of the guard yet. I don't even think I can appoint a sheriff yet. Oh, no, I can. But I'm not going to do that. It's a very young fort, dude. Very, very, very young fort. This fort's very early on. Although I do officially need to make a body throwout zone. You need to work in 9 hours? Good on you. Get to bed. We'll see you when we see you, dude. That's probably what I'm going to use. Yeah. Oh, also, I know why he showed up is because I've got visitors allowed on that. Shit. One of your favorite parts is so satisfying. I find throwing into lava way more satisfying. I'm more just trying to decide where to put it. I don't really want it on this layer. And I don't really have a butcher shop spot just yet. This is where I would normally put these things. And I also don't know where combat's going to happen yet. Where do I put this? Poor guy. Just bought a dishwasher and revisited childlike wonder in a very adult way. Wait. Hold on a second. Like, what part of having a dishwasher made revitalized your childlike wonder? Is this just like a you didn't have a dishwasher the whole time kind of deal? Okay, let's... Where's this? Where's this in relation? You know, I'm just going to do it this way for right now. I'm going to go down here, and I'm just going to make a garbage dump. Or no, not a garbage dump. I'm going to make a corpses / refuse pile. I'm going to plop it right here and go corpses. And I will add... Refuse? No. None of that. And... Oh, I don't even need to search for bones. No bones! Are pangolins still in DF? Yes. They haven't removed any animals from DF. Why do you ask? Everything's planted. Good to see. With a pangolin starting it? I have no idea where they live. Are you hunting pangolins specifically? Hold on, pausing the game real quick. Putnam sent me some screenshots. Accidentally made it possible to tame merchants' animals, and then made it possible to tame random animals that aren't in cages. Now you can tame animals that are in cages. Okay, so that's good. Anxylium wants you to post beers, chat. You saw a pangolin once. I had a fortress get overrun with, or not overrun, but constantly attacked by were-pangolins in a fort once. All right, let's go back up to here. I'm kind of just like, I don't generally just get analysis paralysis on what to build, but I'm kind of getting that today for some reason. And I don't know why. Slightly annoying. A waterfall? I mean, I already have 2. I think it's actually because I started a fort like the other week and then never finished it. Actually, you know what I need? I need a well. That's what I need. I think it's because I started a fort the other week and then never really finished it. So you to citizens and long-term residents. Same with you. You can go hang out in there and socialize. You don't go insane. Beer doesn't flow like water, so I literally couldn't do that even if I wanted to. I think the problem that I'm running into with this fort is like, I'm also gonna move Neezer off of being a miner. Because I just started a new fort in like a couple days ago and then had to stop it and then start this one. My brain is just like, doesn't know what it's working on right now because I keep thinking I've done things when I haven't. I did them so recently. Gonna lurk now? While you work on some things? Have fun. We'll see you when we see you. Blue Owl. Don't work too hard. I think this is going to be the start of a hospital. And also, because, like, I don't have an anvil, so... There's only so much I can actually do currently. Did I breach the caverns? Yep. I caught a gremlin, actually. That's how much cavern breaching I have done. And I'm in the process of setting up to catch another one. Uh-oh. Did I just make it impossible to get down there? I think I did. Crap. That's fine. I'll just build some stairs here. Let's go over here and grab this. Build a lever. I'm just going to end up sealing this whole area off anyway. All right, you're placed. Oh, I see. You are constructing these stairs. I built a wall, waited for all the dwarves to run in, and then finished building the wall? It's pretty simple. I don't really have too much to walk over with that. Just make sure that there's no dwarves outside of the caverns. Also, disabling web collection makes that go a lot easier and quicker. Human crossbowman is visiting. Yeah, burrows are better when you have larger populations, but I had such a small population, like it's kind of a non-issue, really. I'm gonna have to do it again in a second. You can also just like go into here and pause the web collecting jobs as well. Because that's usually what dwarves run out to go do, is they usually run out to go collect webs. But if you just hit tab, web collection is usually at the top of this screen. And just hit T, and then for tasks, and then just pause all the web collection jobs on the looms. Usually gets it done. Did I make an airlock or whatever it's called? No. No, I literally just walled it off. Because I'm not really trying to go into the caverns actively. Well, I did initially to harvest some plants, but I'm just trying to catch gremlins, which I'm doing using levers and trickery. Why do you have to go get the limestone that's as far away as possible? Hold on. Why? But currently, like, the main thing that I'm doing is just trying to... Who's the most pissed? Why are you so angry? Oh, do you just have, like, rampant PTSD? I think I might remove all jobs from this dwarf except for woodcutting. So you can just... Oh, shit. I just realized I broke a thing. My bad. I don't know where you heard that from. Certainly not what I said, Sage. I love it when people mishear dwarves' names and then assume that I'm saying something really dirty. It's like, well, if you can't understand what I-ton is, which is a dwarf's name, if you hear that as I come, then maybe, just possibly, you need to get your hearing checked. Well, that's not what our friend here wrote. You think you're hysterical because you're saying, I come Kavish. That's what you think. You think you are very funny. I tend to disagree. These humans are murdering my troglodytes while I'm trying to throw them off the thing. I'm trying to throw them in the river. Why do you have to join the poor troglodytes? I'm trying to kill them. Why do you have to, like, do such a bad job of... I mean, if you insist. All right, well, you're not funny. That's it. I don't think you're funny, Sage. Not in the slightest. At least this human's decent at climbing. Which one's Rel? If you're a competent spearman, why... Where's your spear? I have questions. So this is a human who's a human spearman who's gonna literally throw the book at you. Right on the application, a thief, probably. Oh, he is a legendary treasure hunter and a preserver of the knowledge for the Embraced Council. Chat, we're being visited by a local rep from the Embracer group. They're here to buy my video game studios. We're all overthinking this. Let's move on, Sage. He's also from the rumored Confederation, which obviously is just Sweden. He's also a member of the Friendly Mauve Band and the Speckled Denomination. A 21-page essay entitled Introduction to the Human, authored by Bigu. It concerns the studies of the human Bigu. In Weregrieved, in order to be with the master in the early spring of 78. The writing is stunningly self-indulgent and the prose is not awful, but not very good either. I know, Stone, which is why I said we're all overthinking this. Let's move on. Do you want me to say it again? Because I'll just keep stating it. I'm just gonna keep stating it. Like, let's just move on. Okay, whatever. Let's move on. I'm not going to change my statement. Okay? I'm well aware of what you're saying. I can read. I give up. Phthalate-bound codex. The written portion consists of a one-page untitled letter, authored by Pessor. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is somewhat self-indulgent. It's amateur at best, and it's splattered with troglodyte blood. Did you just kill a troglodyte with a book? Yes, you did. In fact, stays. What devilish potato Anyway. He's definitely got the book smarts, yep. He also bit him in the head. He's a biter. He's definitely a biter. Too much knowledge can kill? Maybe... Wait, hold on. Did you say that you're glum? What did you say? I got into an argument with Feb. I'm glum. Hi, glum. You know, I kind of want to invite this guy to the fort, take his books, and then expel him. Or rather, this lady. My bad. He's also a legendary bone doctor. How? He killed Edom Seas Bridges in 496. She killed Edom Seas Bridges in 496. Set them loose in the cavern. Make them fight the troglodytes. Welcome to the fort, you weird person. Feels satisfied after being granted residency. I have no way of finding out. You guys could. To find out, you'd have to, and also this one's gonna ask to join too. Why are you a part of so many religions? I didn't know that was possible, that they could be part of multiple religions. Well, this visitor doesn't have anything interesting, just bronze bolts. So I'm gonna say no on Lithy Sunbear. Redbeard, thanks for chucking a gift sub out into the community. Appreciate you. Hope you've been well. My tummy's starting to grumble. It might be lunchtime soon. Although I actually have to make my sandwich for today. I wasn't super on the ball with things this morning. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Take this lever, connect it to that. And then I'm gonna go up to here, cut gems. Not that, but we are gonna cut those gems. Got a random mule in my fort. I apparently do not have a pasture for said mule. I don't know where that mule came from, but I have a mule. My lunch breaks are literally shorter than most of my short tutorials, so it will take me at most 2 minutes. So no, I won't do that. I'm good. If I was gonna be gone for like 10 or 15, I'd think about it, but no. No. I'm not gonna be gone that long. I think I'm gonna go do lunch. That's what we're gonna do, chat. So you guys can stare at this. An efficient streamer. Yeah, I mean at most I take like 5 minutes of breaks per stream. It's very, 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 very low amounts of breaks. You had one fortress that had multiple religions after a migrant wave from 7 gods. Sure. I mean I have multiple I usually have multiple religions in each fort. I've never seen a dwarf with multiple religions, right? Like, when you look at their groups, it says that they're a member of like, this dwarf is a member of the Cult of Ghosts, right? This dwarf is a member of the Doctrine of Ashes. This dwarf is a member of the Cult of Ghosts. This goblin, not dwarf, is a member of the Coven of Meditating. Those are all religions. I've never seen somebody a member of multiple religions. Yeah, no, I mean, most dwarves and stuff worship multiple gods, right? Like, if you go to the relationship, it says their deity, right? So this dwarf race, one deity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 deities, including Nepe, which I wish just said nope. They also worship Gyrus Uthros the Thrut. Gyrus Uthros Thrut. That's a weird name. So that's what I mean. But, like, yeah, I've never seen a dwarf that's a member of multiple religions. Yeah, but that human was a member of multiple religions. The one that I've told to leave, or that is in the process of leaving. See? They're in 1, 2, 3 religions. And they worship 3 gods. So, I'm almost wondering if that's a bug. I'm just going to screenshot that. My theory is that this person is lying about their identity and what their name is. And if they lied about something previously, let's just say they pretended to be somebody named Bob, right? Bob, the person that they were impersonating named Bob, worshipped the Coven of Oblivion, right? Then they pretended to be somebody named Mikey. Mikey worshipped the Coven of Straps, and then they pretended to be somebody named Luthi Sunbear, and this person worships the Everlasting Doctrines. That's my theory of how that could happen. End up listing multiple deities because it like as an example, if it says that somebody has 2 lovers, this person only has 1 lover. The other one's dead or is no longer a lover. But this person has had 2 lovers in their history, right? That's what that means. So it's like, that's my theory as to what's going on here. But I don't know. At least that's my theory of how that could happen mechanically, but that's the only way that I can think that it could happen mechanically. Still requires some investigation. Yeah. No, well, I mean, I've screenshotted it now, so I can look at it later. If somebody else shows up with multiple religions, I will assume that they're that person. All right. I'm gonna go get my sandwich. I will be back in under 5 minutes. If I'm gone too long, I'm sorry. Chat, please, and chat amongst yourselves and keep yourselves entertained. If anybody tunes in and is confused as to where Streamer is, just tell them he'll be right back. And
Cheese for everyone.
exactly. We follow a dwarf. Here.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies. Sandwich.
Not that I expect anything terrible to happen, but follow Sodell. I will be back in a few.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Over here, he has a sword!
Let's take a lovely fruit, a tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Nuclear vessels.
You fucking donkey!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies.
That's not interesting.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo! Sandwich! NANI?
No!
Cheese for everyone! Heal, damn it.
Over here, he has a sword.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Herbiderp. What did Orange do? Oh, bites off the shell to get at the nut. Yes, right. Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Hello, how we do? They won't work if you're doing them in a response, unfortunately. So I need to check something very important. Very, very important. Wow! The reviews for Suicide Squad keep getting better. This is kind of crazy, actually. Huh. They have 666 positive reviews, 116 negative reviews, and it's 85% positive, according to the API. 12,000 people playing. That's insanity. Russian bots. Well, they'd have to be paying for the game. Game, movie, board game? Video game. This. We were placing bets this morning on what we thought the reviews would be. I thought it would be mixed. I'm shocked. You wish that you could see a dwarf's level on the main character page? You just have to click skills. And the thing is, there's so many different levels. Like, there's no, like, hard level, and the game doesn't give you numbers. I guess I could say proficient armorsmith, but then there's just, like, a lot more added stuff. I could write, like, proficient down here or something. But there's so many different little skills that, and there's no, like, level, specifically, that the list gets super long. So I made this sandwich just now, and I realized I put the bread backwards, but that's fine. It's fancy cheese. Very nice aged cheddar. Egg, boiled egg, lettuce, and mustard sandwich.
Cheese for everyone!
Where'd my frames per second go? There it is. Oh, I have absolutely no interest. Okay, Nord. But it's like all of the preview coverage. Well, rather, I am interested in Justice League, but I'm not interested in playing it. I'm interested in it academically as somebody who likes video games. And as somebody who follows the video game industry very closely. That's why I'm interested in it. I don't have any interest in actually playing it. Now comes the weekend. Hell yeah! Any plans for the weekend? This is me setting up for hospital stuff. So this... I'm gonna go all the way up to here. Although that's gonna cancel a bunch of times probably.
Shell to get at the nut.
And there's the head pains. Oh god. I don't know what's causing you head pain, but hopefully it goes away sooner rather than later. Did I ever make traction benches in this fort, or was that the last one? That was the last one. Let's just make track... oh, actually, how much rope do I have? Got one. I don't have a clother's shop right now. I apparently have quite a bit of cloth, turns out. I like how we're still working on this. I'm going to shear, spin. Set those both on repeat. Ooh, jealous about the Dune Lego. I'm actually jealous about anybody who has Lego. I've come to terms with the fact that I can either have space in my apartment for Lego, or I can have space in my apartment for audio gear, and I've chosen audio gear. I can't tell if you're serious or not, CraftLol. That sounds like there's a joke missing a punchline there. Head from an old removed tumor. Oh, Jesus. I'm so sorry. It's awful. Oh, you said stress level. You can actually. But here, this is actually one of my big complaints about the graphics. I missed the word stress in there. If you look at the dwarves on this screen, you see how this one's blinking with a down red arrow? Can't really zoom in much, but... I see how this one's blinking with a tiny little red arrow? Maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. But that indicates that the dwarf is stressed, basically. On this screen, they have those little bubbles above their heads. I really wish there would just be a blinking red down arrow. I know it would look ugly, and it would stand out and look shitty, but like, my god. When they do get really stressed, it says that they're stressed here. Your sister's a good one. Can confirm. You know what you should do, enemy? For major holidays, you should buy the kids 2 of each Legos. Excuse me. So that you can build them to show them what they'll look like when they're done. How do you de-stress dwarves? Fulfill their needs. Some are easier to fulfill than others. Some are literally impossible to fill. But generally, if you give dwarves a nice place to eat food, a place to socialize, and a place to worship, they'll generally be okay, as long as they have access to food and drink. And they generally get better when you give them bedrooms. Things like acquiring object is one of the harder needs to fulfill, but can generally be pretty easily fulfilled by simply can generally be quite easily fulfilled by simply making dwarves clothes, which is something you need to do anyway. I mean, it's just logic, right? It's just logic. Mist generators are the high-speed, easy-peasy way of fixing dwarves' moods, which I'm actually kind of planning on doing back here, because, like, I have these waterfalls. I don't want to build any mist generators in this fort, but I'm thinking about making dining halls / taverns around here, smoothing these and then fortifying them and letting the mist just, like, in. And then the dwarves can get happy thoughts from that. That's kind of what I was thinking about doing. That or, like, waiting for it to freeze and then rerouting the river so that they go down here or something. Ooh, that could be good. That could be cool, actually. Because I could just dam it up here and, like, reroute it this way. I think I'm gonna do that, actually. No, there won't be enough water for it to be 3. Because only so much water is coming out of this side, right? But as far as the head pain goes, I can kind of relate to a degree. Because I have chronic pain. But I have chronic pain from nerve damage. Not from a removed tumor. But still, I can relate. I mean, we could do 3 falls, but that would be very, 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 very dangerous. And the reason it would be so dangerous is the water would be shallow. So it would be like, I don't know, 3 deep or so by the time it got here, which means dwarves would constantly try to path across it. So I'd have to wall it off, basically, to do 3 falls. But that would cause dwarves to constantly get whooshed over the edge instead of just sometimes getting whooshed over the edge. And I don't really want to do that. What are you? Are you the guy that I told that, no, you can't live here? Nope. This one is a legendary cheese maker, chat room. And a competent spearman.
Cheese for everyone!
Uh-oh. Ah, jeez. I need to keep an eye on this. So I thought that this aquifer was way deeper, which means I don't actually need to make my well as deep, which is nice. And Yusan, the legendary cheese clusters. Stark Clusters, the legendary cheesemaker, wishes to reside in Riverdepths for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Do we say yes to this request or no to this request, chat? This is a human. This will be our 2nd human in the fort. Sometimes chat is predictable. I mean, he's a legendary cheesemaker. That's because the 2 really big crash problems are patched at like 1:30 in the morning last night, Johanning. There was 2 guaranteed crashes, and both of them were to do with editing the default jobs. There was one where if you hit the done button after editing a job, so if you confirmed it to save it, the game would crash every single time. And there was another one where if you made a custom job and then deleted it, the game would crash every single time in the Y screen. They have books to steal? No, they're just a legendary cheesemaker. But chat wants the cheesemaker, so I will allow the cheesemaker. Bring me the cheese! I don't know why I said that, but like that, but I did. Oops. Also, I can probably
Cheese for
start this up.
everyone!
Are you set up? Yep. The right lever, sweet. So what I need to do now is I need to put a door here. Door here. and tell them to dig up. Now we can try and catch another gremlin. I'm hunting rabbits or catching gremlins, or mostly catching gremlins. We've already caught one, but I've seen 3. So because I've seen 3, here's hoping. Have I set up any milking projects? Not any jobs, but I do have the livestock. Actually, what I need to do is I need to make an underground area to store my livestock. Because right now all my livestock's just on the surface, meaning it'll all just die when the first, like, army attacks us. So there's silt right here. There's sand up here. I think I'm just going to dig up to the silt. Maybe from, like, over here. Oh, that should be the right layer. And this is going to be where I'm going to repasture everything. And we can put our butcher shops and everything up here. I'll put in some pillars out of stone, just so that it looks a little nicer. And we could also put kitchens here. We can move our food storage and stuff here. And also, I kind of don't like the way this looks. Put another room in there somewhere for something else. We'll figure out what eventually. Connect you there. Tame gremlins. I'll update the goal command. Also, I have a response back from Putnam on the multiple religions thing. I think so? Question mark? We're hunting Gremlins. Yes, exactly. All right, so what was I going to do? Right, we're in an ad break now, so... okay, I guess I'll just sit. Can stock graze in caves? Yes, they can. Livestock can graze wherever there is moss growing on the ground, which is why cave moss is good, and whenever people are like, how do I get rid of the cave moss? I'm like, you don't. You keep it, because it's good. Because cave moss annoys some people for some strange reason. When I said Putnam. Oh, I got a response from Putnam about the multiple religions, which is, I think so, yeah? Question mark? I think that's intended. In regards to being in multiple religions at once. Oh, did you? Please just yell at me if I missed that, because my username is true. It's the reason I don't always say hi to people the first time they pop into chat is because I try real hard. What dwarf would you like, or human, or goblin, or da-ba-ba-de-ba, etc. It only annoys me when you're trying to get sand. You want to know a life hack? They can collect sand from walls. But also, the other life hack is we don't have any military yet whatsoever. And as far as military inclined, I haven't been looking. I'm not going to go dig through and find one. Unless you want one of these 3. Because these monster hunters are all military inclined. Not until you redeem it, Big Bang, because we're using Dwarf Redemptions. I'll turn them off by next week, likely. So it'll be open season then. But when at least yesterday, we had like 450 people watching total, so it was like kind of difficult. We still have quite a few today, but it's still above normal, but it's nothing crazy anymore, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. But the other life hack is build a piece of floor. Would you? I mean, if you're okay with a human or a goblin, you can have a military inclined creature. Otherwise, I'll just give you a random dwarf. That's the last confirmation I'll wait for. Let's do the goblin. Okay. Power, tools, and beer. Honestly, good name for goblin. But what was I saying? I was gonna start talking about something, but whatever. Oh, right, yeah. So when you're, to stop moss from growing, if you place a piece of floor down and delete the floor, that'll remove the moss. That's the first thing. Then you put a grate or floor bars on top of it. How do you redeem a dwarf? You wait for 45 minutes, or I guess now 15, sorry. You wait for 30 minutes. And then be the first person to get the redemption under dwarves. Or just wait till next week when it'll be open season. Have to use channel points. Generally does not respond to emotional appeals. Is very quick to anger and feel strong urges and seek short-term rewards. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he tends to avoid crowds. He likes to brawl, and he can be very humble. He is very humble, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he doesn't often feel lustful. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this as he dislikes the natural world. Inhales sharply when he's angry. And where'd you go? I right-clicked instead of left-clicking. He dreams of attaining a rank in society. Personally sees competition as reasonably important. Ah. Member of the Unions of Dabbling and the band. What is the new patch? You don't see an update on Steam? It's in the experimental branch. But it adds a bunch of UI quality of life stuff and fixes some things, but there's a lot of stuff broken in it, and we keep finding stuff that's broken. The most recent thing that we found is that you can't actually tame animals who are in cages right now because the button is missing. So, you know. An unpaved road over moss? Sure. Yeah, you could do that too. All right. But the main thing I'm up to right now is I'm trying to tame gremlins because I've caught a gremlin. Should make a patch command to explain this. Yeah, probably. It's not a bad idea. Give me a second. Probably have an old patch command, actually. Do I? Yeah, I do. Which gives old information. Edit. There you go. Exclamation point patch now works. Well, it is dry still, but will be operational at some point. What was the other thing I was looking for? Right, I was gonna go up to here, hit this button, and remove this. The reason I need a well, even though there's water everywhere, is we happen to be in an area that has a whole lot of ice for a good chunk of the year. Let's fill a little quicker. Okay, so this upper layer, it will fill all the way up to here. I'm just going to use a command to dump the stuff out of here. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Because I would like to keep this stuff. And we're going to go all the way down to here. Oh, I see where I went. And I'm also going to use a command to dump this stuff. And then what I'm going to do once all this stuff's been removed from here is Uh-oh. Dumb human. Are you going to go throw the book at them? I'm going to actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this burrow and create a new burrow. And I'm going to just go to this layer. Add this whole layer to the burrow. Oh, another thing that the patch fixes is you can designate burrows over multiple layers and it works. Which is fantastic, by the way, and I love that feature. Human chase gremlin? Gosh, I hope not. But I'm also pretty sure I can assign human to burrow. Ah, I can. Get inside, you doofus. Okay, so moss should start growing up here eventually. Why is there blood everywhere? Oh. Giant Rheus macaw. Great. Chad, there's giant monkeys on the map again, and I can't tame them. I don't know if we need an autofill, but I would like flood fill. Autofill is, I think, a little but I would like the flood fill feature. Flood fill used to be a feature in older versions of DF Hack, actually, which is why I would like flood fill back. Well, yeah, because the game hasn't patched yet, and I can't restart. And I haven't restarted either, so. Keeping an eye out for a patch, though. If another patch drops, yell at me, chat. Just trying to get these boulders out of here. Oh, I think that's what we're talking about, right? Is flood fill is in DF Hack, yes. But I have DF Hack completely disabled, so I can test new features and see what works and what doesn't. So I can give accurate bug reports. It's literally the whole reason I have all the DF Hack features disabled currently. It's so that I can give accurate bug reports. Can't do that otherwise. That's fine. I mean, if I had DF Hack enabled, I might not have noticed that I can't tame them. Is this the same world as BIM? This is a new world that I generated yesterday. So BIM was the world before. I did upload this save yesterday to the Discord, though. So the world that me and Putnam generated together, different world. This one is pinned in the Dwarf Fortress talk room, though, I think. I think I did that yesterday. I seem to recall doing that yesterday. Let me double check. Yes. I think. Maybe I didn't. Or no, I put it in the DF save sharing. Yeah, the Realm of Destiny. It's in the DF save sharing right now. Let me just copy that. This is the world that we are currently playing. Copy link. That's gonna be a big link. I'm sorry, but there it is. All right, let's turn this barrel on. Where did that human go? Doofus, I cannot permit you to hurt my future gremlin rulers. Cease your actions, human, and return to the fortress. Please. Until patch for unlimited giant monkeys. I mean, certainly. All right, done. Gremlin trap is set. So when this lever is pulled, this will disappear. And now all I need to do is go up here and dig this out. And what will happen is this wall pillar here will, once I'm done digging out the back of it as well, will fall down a layer and block this. And then we'll have a gremlin stuck. And when we have a gremlin stuck, we can laugh at him for being stuck. And then eventually, once I can tame creatures, I will cage trap all of the gremlins using other shenanigans. And then we'll have gremlins in the fort. Fun playthrough. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, right now we just have the one gremlin. Not inclined to create art. Oh boy. Wait. I don't know if this is intentional. Maybe they will make requests if they're made into mayors. They used to have no preferences. I'm still gonna try and tame one, but like, dude likes millstones and amulets? How does dude know what an amulet is? Or a millstone for that matter? You sneaky son of a bitch. Well, maybe he would view art, but not inclined to create it. Look at this smile. Yeah, he's got a very, very big smile. All right. We got moss growing. The plan is shot. I don't think I'll be playing this fortress long enough to make it into a mayor anyway. I just kind of want to have some tame gremlins in my fort. Make them into tavern keepers, you know? Like, just burrow them by themselves into a tavern, and then just make all of the gremlins into tavern keepers. Seems fun to me. I don't know about you. They look like cave bubbles. I just try and make things look interesting. And it's very easy to make things not look interesting in Dwarf Fort. How many more doors are we making? 3? I'm just gonna cancel that job. It's plenty of doors for right now. I'm also a little bit annoyed that I haven't found any... It's not supposed to be forbidden. I'm a little bit annoyed that I haven't found any metal yet. Because that's going to take a little bit still. And kind of sucks that I haven't. Sweet. Well is operational. Perfect. And just as a reminder today, chat, the plan for the stream is we're gonna be playing. Well, it's 2:20 p.m. local time right now, which is the exact time, by the way, the internet went out yesterday. 2:18 p.m. was the last message I got in chat yesterday. So then the internet came back at like 8 o'clock, or shortly after 8. So, the plan for today is we're going to do what I wanted to do yesterday, which is I'm going to play, what is it? Like I said, it's 2:20. 2.5, 3 hours more Dwarf Fort. And then we will swap over to a game called Home Safety Hotline. Yep, Vancouver area. Home Safety Hotline. If you think you know where I live based on internet outages, please don't state it in chat. Just, it's also listed on my Twitter for whatever it's worth. But yeah, Greater Vancouver area. Anyway, it's a game I want to play, which I bought, called Home Safety Hotline. It's kind of a interactive fiction horror game with a really good fake OS. Needs were people and zombie variants? Yeah. And, like, necromancers and forgotten beasts, theoretically. Although they did say that forgotten beasts and animals probably won't be in the first pass, but will make their way in eventually. Under the Brim, thank you very much for the 14th month. Thank you very much for continuing to support the stream. It's good to see you, dude. I hope you've been well. Also, just out of curiosity, did you also lose internet yesterday? Michelle MX, I think is how you say that. So I built 2 layers beneath the surface to try to avoid goblin corpse bits going down through solid floor. Ah. Still somehow ended up with a longfish corpse everywhere they get everywhere. The secret is, don't build your fortress directly underneath where you're fighting. I remember Legendary Tales, yeah. I saw that game popping up this Thursday. Gotcha. Adventure mode for DF. That's April. Yeah, so you got a bit of time for that one. Like Helldivers 2. Yeah. I played the first Helldivers once, I think on Game Pass. And I just remember, like, the group that I was playing with, because it was during the pandemic, getting pretty mad at the friendly fire. And that was my whole experience of Helldivers. It was a neat looking game. Pretty. That's my thoughts on Helldivers. Pretty. I think I'm a larger room right here and do something else with it. I don't know what just yet, but I will just mark that for now. Ooh, you know what I should do? The tavern double layer. Because I want it to be one tavern split between these two sides. That's what I want to do. Okay, so now this is set. Let's go thunk, 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 thunk. Yeah, I guess we could also just put we just put everything in here even. Quite literally everything. Same old, yeah. It's good to have you around still, though. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Under the Brim continuing to support the channel? It does mean a lot. It really does. So thank you. Got a big safety this place. So we're into early autumn, which means the rivers are gonna freeze soon. We also should get traders pretty soon. Let's also cut gems. There's my craft store shop. Let's make rock amulets, just on repeat for a little bit, so I can have some crafts to sell. Except, oh man, rock amulets. Let's make you out of something that I don't have as much of, so it cancels. Oh, let's just go chert. That the bot has to scramble to catch up. Yeah, I like it too. It's actually like something that happened in this chat completely organically. It wasn't an idea that I came up with. Chat was just like, we started, I made the beers emote and then people started like doing rounds of beers anyway. And then it just kind of organically turned into a, why don't we make the bot respond? It's like, I mean, why don't we? Burr's your fave? Didn't Animal drop Burr? Yeah, Animal drew Burr. Hello, Abel Bacon. Hope you're doing well. Oopsies, let's go doors, donk. Get some doors in these. Some beds set. Also got some unset beds, which is not optimal, but...
Much luck on this new fort. Is there any gimmick this time around?
I managed to catch a gremlin, so I think taming gremlins is gonna be the gimmick. I'm gonna give these humans and goofballs who live here place to sleep. I like that my manager doesn't have a bedroom yet. Kind of funny. Well, what's up, Sharks Jim? Thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Appreciate you. So yeah, trying to catch more gremlins is the tentative theme for this one. Work while they sleep. Sleep while they work, you mean? They can sleep in the office. I'm pretty sure that's not okay in most societies, maybe even Dwarven. So gremlins can talk. They're intelligent. I think you can butcher them? I haven't tried in a really long time. My plan isn't to farm them, though. My plan is to train them. Because if you train them, they can become pets. And if they become pets, then they can... Okay, I need to actually do this one layer over. One tile over, otherwise this ain't gonna work. If they become pets, then they learn to speak. And can become members of society, basically. Because they are an intelligent creature pretending to be or disguised as a wild animal. Tiled floors are higher value than smooth floors, regardless of the material. And can also have their value increased quite a bit if you engrave them. What do we have on the map right now? Just normal ravens. No giant burbs right now. Baby troglodyte. I got a giant monkey. I got my giant monkey. I don't know. Big monkey. A+ for big monkey. What? Couldn't complete the meeting and left unhappy? I don't know what I did to do that, but whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the big monkey. Don't you worry about it. Don't you even worry about it. That big monkey is a keeper. Let's also make 10 more wood cages. Yeah, I don't know what I did to piss off the diplomat that time, but whoops. But yeah, I don't actually know if gremlins are considered persons. I would also need to catch more than one. We have a trap set up to catch a second one. But I need the notice something pulled a lever to go off. And something pulling a lever will cave in this, which will block this and trap it in here. So, need to wait for that. And then we probably also need to do this easily, I likely need a web-spitting Forgotten Beast. Or like a giant cave spider or something. We may also never see another gremlin, but I did see 2. All right, well, no clothing is starting to deteriorate just yet. Apparently I have large gems. Encrust. Finished goods. I am in a break, so we will take a break. Or we are in an ad break, so I will not pause the game. Ad break's done. Yeah, unless you want very low value rooms for one reason or another. Yeah, you do want to be making your rooms as high value as possible. T-minus 50 minutes a weekend? Yeah. Not too far off. I'm sure you can make it. You'll have one? What kind of Dwarfist do you want this? Follow. Any preference? Or is it just whatever you want? Or is it just dealer's choice? Oh yeah, that's another thing in the patch is basic keyboard control. Arrow keys and numpad do this. You want the broker? Broker? I don't even know her. There you go. Currently planting seed broker. But before you get very excited, it's very limited keyboard control. It's just like part 1 of like probably 30 updates of bringing full keyboard control back. Number values on rooms that aren't guild halls or temples. No, there isn't. A lot of stuff in Dwarf Fortress is very abstracted, but, and that is one of them. However, if you look at a dwarf's thoughts, if they have a bedroom, does this one have a bedroom? You do, in fact, have a bed. It does not, in fact, have a bedroom. Does this one have a bedroom? You have modest quarters. So if you select the dwarf, it'll tell them the quality of their bedroom. Kitty? Is Kitty okay? What happened to Kitty? Fallout Rain, the broker, pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. Is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better his situation. He takes pleasure in his talents and appearance and dislikes abstract discussions. Would much rather focus on practical examples. He dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel, and he tends to be passive in discussions. Could be considered rude and has a greedy streak. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he lowers his eyes when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally respects power and values independence, and is put off by family and does not particularly care about dwarf craftship. And you have a pet piggy. And you're a member of the Fellowship of Fate and a citizen of the Emerald Irons, obviously. Bookkeeper and member of the Dutiful Boulders. Welcome to the fort. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm selling here. What do we have? What have I included? Nest box. I mean, all right, I guess the geese are going to get a really fancy nest box. I wasn't intending on doing it that way, but actually, I'm just going to give them the one. We'll sell that one. Okay, so let's just bring items. The reason I want to be specific about this stuff is because I need enough value to buy an anvil. Because I don't have an anvil yet. I thought about just making cloth crafts, but eh. Menaces with spikes of finely crafted pyrite. Soon to have higher value. And now jelly opals as well. It's a 400 Dwarf Buck amulet. V expense. What you doing now? A persimmon wood splint. All right. Fancy splints. It's late for you. We'll see you later. Diamond, take care. Snooze good. We will see you Tuesday. Honestly, I think my power going out makes you guys win. You guys meaning chat. You guys get an extra stream. If I was just going to make up for the hours that I lost, I would end about now, but the reality is, well, we've made it beyond that point already. Adequate gem cutter, there we go. Oops, wrong screen. That should be enough to buy an anvil. More than enough, even. Anvil. Sweet! They have iron anvils. Awesome. So, I have a decent amount of value. And I think I'll just buy the one anvil. And then we'll buy metal bars with everything else. So let's do iron. Grab the iron bars. One pig iron bar and the other iron bar. And also the rose gold bar. And I will add both of these, which are not quite enough value. God dang it. All right, I'll trade. We'll do it. Elfie can be here for full evening now. Fire is coming back for house sitting early, so you're gonna have pizza and everybody has to do dishes. Easy peasy. The reason I say is pizza dishes is easy. Actually, you know what? Let's just go to this. Rock crafts. Let's use borax. I got tons of it. 10 rock crafts. Says. I think it's an issue of like the expedition leader being busy. And I also think it's a bug. Because technically that's only supposed to happen if they're physically incapable of making it to, like, into the fortress, which that's not the case. Like, the only time that they're supposed to cancel that is if they literally can't make it in. Which, obviously, they could have. So, yeah, I also think that there's, like, some weird issues that can cause those to break. Keepers are going to go here. If you invest 1 and you win, it'll give you 1 back because it gives you what you invested plus 75%. And because you invested 1, the bot is not capable of giving you 0.7, so you just get 1 back. And it doesn't round up. My bot is bad at math, okay? It's just the unfortunate reality. I'm kind of intentionally making trading harder for myself. Quiver and mug. Nope. So basically the minimum investment you should do would be 2, and then it'll give up 3. It's not AI. There is no AI. It's just Python scripts. Very basic Python scripts. Steel puzzle box. That's going to be ludicrously expensive for no reason. Oh, I'll buy some horse milk. Why not? Horse milk. Pig's milk. Dwarven beer. Dwarven rum. I kinda want to buy food. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Specifically, I'm gonna buy meat. I've got 970 value. Because we got appraisal to learn. Well, I mean, the bot can't round up or down, right? But, sure. There we go. That'll work. All right, that's it for trading. No trader. And we now have meat back on the menu. All the stuff you have is chain. There are some good local pizza places around here. I'm pretty fortunate. But for every good pizza place, there's 10 terrible pizza places. I also don't eat a lot of... I don't go out for pizza very often. Usually when I do, it's like a depression thing, so I just go for the shitty chain pizza anyway. If I want good pizza, there's a pub that I sometimes go to that always has really good pizza. You know, back when I lived with my parents, when we had pizza, we would eat pizza from the box. But there was a catch. Not only would we eat pizza from the box, we would eat pizza from the box, and then, after eating the pizza from said box, or as we were eating the pizza from said box, we would cut the box lids off and use those as plates. So growing up, we would always get like 4 pizzas, like 4 medium pizzas for the whole family. And we'd only do this like once every other month or so. It was pretty infrequent. But when we ordered pizza, we would order pizza for the whole family. And then once pizza arrived, there was 5 of us. Dad would use a plate, and my mom would take scissors and cut the lids off, and the kids and my mom would use the like cardboard as plates, and my dad would use a fork and knife and eat his on a plate. All right, so we are going to redirect this river. Which I'm going to have run down right here, basically. So I'm going to have to move this bridge. Let's move this bridge up to here. And deconstruct that. What's up, Gordy? What's my favorite color? Gray? If you asked, like, childhood me, I would have said red. But gray, probably? Why? Gray or silver? Depends on the day, I would say. You are that old? No, I'm a metalhead. It's got less to do with age. Like, it's more of a band shirt thing, less of an age thing. I mean, if you want to just call me old, then like, okay. But like, it's more of I like metal bands, and own a lot of band shirts. Got any vintage ones? I'm not a zoomer. No, I only have ones for shows that I've been to. And in order for stuff to be vintage, I would have to buy tickets, or not tickets, I would have to buy shirts for bands I haven't seen. I've only bought a band shirt online once. And that was because when I saw them the first time, they didn't have any merch. And the band is Ginger. And I was worried I wasn't going to get to see them again because, well, they're from Ukraine. So I was kind of worried, so I bought a t-shirt from their website. So these are going to both turn into mist generators, potentially, if I do this right. You did the same with the Stoned Jesus shirt. Is Stoned Jesus also from Ukraine? I know a bunch of stoner bands are from that area, like the Somali Yacht Club is from the same area. Also based in Kyiv. I hope those guys are doing okay. I haven't looked at any of their social media in like a year. Rock, great. So I need 6. Come out of rock salt, so there's coordination there. But yeah, so no, I don't have any vintage t-shirts. Vintage t-shirts, from what I can tell, is very much like a Zoomer thing. I've never fully understood it. For me, band t-shirts are like purely a me and my own memories thing. It's got nothing to do with like the age of the t-shirt. I did, however, once, whilst traveling, end up in a vintage t-shirt store, which I thought was hysterical. And at the back, first off, the cheapest t-shirt they had in there was $60 Canadian, which is stupid, for one thing. And a brand new Iron Maiden shirt on tour is cheaper than that. But they had about, I don't know, 2 to 3 dozen $60 PlayStation shirts. And I found this very, very, very funny, because it was just the old PlayStation logo, right? Just the old font, old logo, that's all it is. I know for a fact, at E3, the year, I want to say it was the PS2 released? It was either E3 or the Consumer Entertainment Expo. I can't remember which one it was. But I know for a fact they fired those out of a t-shirt cannon. And I find it hysterical that any human being would spend $60 on a t-shirt they fired out of a t-shirt cannon. But yeah, my metalhead stuff is just purely t-shirts. I'm not really a color person. When it comes to things like art or like fashion, I don't care so much about color. I care about the quality of the thing. And I think, like, I don't know. I bought 6 of these t-shirts in a pack of 6 gray t-shirts from Mark's Work Warehouse, like, I don't know, 9 years ago or something. No, it's all about capitalism and gross profit. That's all it is. And I'm not that kind of person. So. Says the guy who sells merch on his merch store, but. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to deconstruct these floors down here. I'm going to deconstruct these floors. These are going to have grates put in them after these get knocked down. I like pineapple pizza, but I'm aware that I'm the, like, not the norm there. What? How did that happen? I'm slightly confused. Dwarf slipped, I guess. All right, what? It looks like there's wars going on everywhere. Who are you attacking? Dwarf Fortress? Beg your pardon? Huh. Apparently the Emerald Irons is reclaiming fortresses. Huh. Interesting. My faction is reclaiming fortresses. Wait, did that come out of my fort? Did my fort reclaim a location? Or did it come from there? Yeah, okay, it did come from here. That's got to be why we're not getting migrants, is because there's just so many battles going on. Like, they're getting marched on here and here. Now we also reclaimed this. We've reclaimed this. Reclaimed this. Oh boy. There's got to be like a lot of back and forth going on in here. That's got to be why we're not getting migrants. Well, here's hoping we start getting some this year. And then also, yeah, we claimed this fortress all the way the hell out here. Huh. Wow. Yeah, you got to go to the world map and hit news and rumors. And when, like, you have bards or something in your fort, you'll get pings that say sometimes so-and-so shared some stories or rumors from abroad. They're revealing information on the world map in this screen. And we also reclaimed this one. Wait, no, hold on. Okay, no, just somebody became a mayor. It's interesting. It's an elf becoming mayor, though. All right, well, that's interesting. My faction's very small. The goblins have taken over this location. This stupid tick of dimpling. Okay. So is Dwarf coming from... Okay, there you go. Run, Walnut! Fix your oopsie! Elves often become mayors because they're better at talking than most dwarves. Did you not fix your... You didn't fix your oopsie. God damn it, Walnut! Some dwarf with poor spatial sense. I didn't think it was a bug. I was like, I assumed he slipped. Somebody's fighting with a giant monkey because there's giant monkey teeth getting put in here. Also, a giant monkey stole some of my blocks. One of my most memorable mayors actually was an elf. It was a pretty good time. Although elves seem to be pretty integrated into this faction too. You only like pineapple on pizza? I like a couple different types of pizzas, but I tend to like the weirder pizzas. I not made another grate yet? Okay, they're working on it. I tend to like weirder pizzas. Like, I maintain that the best pizza I ever had in my entire life was spinach, corn, and avocado. It was delicious. Also, a thing I think I'm going to do is I'm going to knock out one tile right there. I'm going to do a thing. That's what we're going to do. Was it a white pizza? It had a white sauce, yeah. It was on a thin crust. It was made at a bar that's still open here in Vancouver called St. Augustine's that used to do chef specials. And that was the chef special one week, and it was way better than it had any right to be. Could you make a shower from under? You mean like stacking water pressure? Also, apparently I have a Drothla and 2 more giant monkeys. St. Augustine's is the shit. I don't know if when you were last there, Gloves, but it's not as good as it used to be. It's not terrible. Some of the same people still work there, but they've gone through like 4 different changes of ownership. The beer variety is never as good. Now, it's not bad, but the beer variety isn't as good. The kind of real bummer about it at this point is the fact that what they did do with the beer variety is now it's mostly Parallel 49 stuff. So if you're like me and you have good taste, Parallel 49 is like mid-tier. It's been about 5 years. Yeah. Because they used to have, it was 160 taps, right? They took out 100 of them, and now they just have 60. Most of the TVs now just play sports instead of like just being the beer menus like it used to be. And the good part about it though is they do still have like, you know, good rotating taps, and they do still have a decent variety on the stuff they do have. But it's not what it used to be, unfortunately. But it is what it is. They're still open and they're busier than ever, which is good to see. So as far as I'm concerned, it's still a win because they do still have good beer, but it's not quite the shit anymore, if that makes any sense. Yeah, no, I discovered so much great beer and so much terrible beer, actually, because they're rotating tabs. Welcome back. What'd you miss? Talking about beer? Pizza topping tier list win? I don't know. I don't eat enough pizzas to be able to do that. Like, I fucking hate meat eaters and meat lovers pizza. I think it's disgusting. So, I don't think I would make a particularly enjoyable list. Although, isn't the point of those, like, tier lists is to be controversial so you piss people off so you get clicks? Hear that, chat? Orange would fuck a pizza. I feel like a calzone would be easier to do that too, but you know. The Silvery Hall has many members in River Paths and now requires a guild hall. Really? I already have one. Awesome. Wait. Okay. I was gonna say that a metalsmith's guild, not an armorer's guild. This is an armorer's guild. I need to make a metalsmith's guild. Crap. Oh, that's the monkey that got bonked. Rip. That's why you wait for it to get cold. Come on. Did I fix the dwarf limit after coming back? I didn't set it to 20. What? I didn't change the dwarf limit. It's at 100. I set the frame rate to 20, and yes, I set that back. But no, I haven't changed the limit of dwarves. There's dead monkeys everywhere. Okay, now I suddenly do need to make a... Okay. There isn't much sexy about cold pizza. To you! I agree, for whatever it's worth. I'm just committing to this bit for some reason. Alrighty, Monster Slayer. Join my fortress so that you too can make cheese for us. Hi, Infinity. Italian pie? You mean American pie? Napalm Sideburns has been taken by a Fey Mood and is a miner. He's also a proficient armorsmith. Also, before they run off with it, it's gonna make me one of these. So I do actually have an anvil now. Really? Oh, And here I was expecting you to just demand to go to the metalsmith shop. Oh well. Is it morning after sex thing? You're not wrong. Just like cigarettes. Oh. Huh. Is there actually a movie like that about pizza? Death Bagel. You know what? Actually, don't answer that question. We'll just move on. I mean, I can confirm orange can be real annoying sometimes. But also is a mod, yes. In chat. Having spent multiple hours on a bus with that person. Yes, they can be annoying sometimes. But so can I, so you know we all have our moments. And also is real. So I can confirm that orange is in fact a real annoying orange. Maybe not the real annoying orange. Head to work? Or headed home from work? I gotcha. Have a safe trip. No, you're a giraffe. Sheesh.
Crypt Beer Casual 192 Smooch Sippy Sip.
Casual elephant. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. This dwarf's already starting their artifact. They're working furiously. 2 rock salt and willow logs. Casual elephant, thank you very much for continuing to support that stream, or this stream, with that Prime subscription. Very kind of you. How have you been? Have you recovered from the subathon yet? Legendary bed. Man, I could use a legendary bed right now. That sounds great. I'll take 2. They sell those at Sleep Country? All recovered? Hell yeah. Stupid monster slayers turning these giant monkeys into piles of giant monkey teeth. It's very inconvenient. Napalm Sideburns has created Vugosh Noleth, a rock salt weapon rack, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. It can go right next to my other legendary weapon thingy, except in the other guild hall that I'm building. This is a rock salt weapon rack. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular rock salt cabochons, and the subject menaces with spikes of rock salt and willow. I'm not trying to kill the monkey, but the guys who I have absolutely no control over are killing the monkeys. So, it's not my choice. I'm not trying to kill the monkeys. I would like to keep the monkeys alive. Also, for some reason, I read, no, don't kill the monkey in the same voice of, oh boy, this is a reference and a half. Please don't eat the daisies. I feel like I'm possibly not the oldest person in this room who actually remembers what that movie is, but if you've seen Please Don't Eat the Daisies, congratulations. I guess. You see a ball, I think? God, that movie had a cast in half. All right, what am I doing? 4x. It's a deep cut. It's the kind of movies I was raised on. Like, you guys out there were probably watching cartoons and Lost and shit, and I was watching Please Don't Eat the Daisies because that's what my mom and dad got from the library. For whatever it's worth, for every monkey that we've killed in this fort so far, we do have several in cages that are safe from the stupid human. In fact, 1, 2, plus 1, so 3 total. By the time the game is patched and I can tame animals again, I should be able to, you know, sorry, I'm throwing the naked bulldogs into the river, though. Or at least down onto the ice, which may or may not kill them. Shoutouts to this bumblebee who's made its nest on the river, by the way. Very proud of it. I know that one is because your dad liked the actress in it. I mean, she was pretty. Lost wasn't God, you didn't miss much? I mean, yeah, true. I'd be much more concerned if Lost was God, though. Because then all of my trash talking about religion in general would just be like me trash talking TV shows, which is way less fun. I'm sure there's some people out there who think that Twin Peaks is God, though. It's a show I need to actually watch. I've like started watching Twin Peaks like a dozen times. I never actually like committed to it. But wait, I was gonna say, is Wiz username checks out. Huh. Albil's Ceiling Knowing has been appointed to the position of Sheriff of the Machine of Blocking. Id Charcoal Channels has been given the position of Militia Commander. Is that my dwarf? Or is that off map? Yeah, that's off map. Okay. Huh. People is dying. I think my faction's getting wrecked. I do need some more, traders and dwarves to migrate here before I can actually start helping, but... Oh boy. Those caged monkeys develop psionic powers and escape and hunt you through the corridors. That sounds fantastic. I'll watch that movie. Wait a second. You're talking about my dwarves? That or I just need to dig deeper and find metal. That may also just be a thing I need to do sooner than I'd planned or wanted to. It's not what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to do. The trolls are back in town. Yes. I'm very happy the trolls are back, by the way. Exactly, Chromoise. I agree. Well said. I've been told that, Death Baglia. Do I like the cheese-making industry in DF? I don't have anything against it. I don't always do it or go out of my way to do it. But I do it sometimes, yeah. Mainly when they affect the streamer. I don't know, man. We had a troll today, and it was pretty shitty. It's kind of everybody left that one feeling bad. They're just a piece of sh... Isn't that usually trolls, though? Depends. I mean... That's confusing. Icon was in the wrong place. With there is, I mean, that's just the English language. It betrays all of us most of the time. All right, so I just need to get this connected. Get all this removed. Yes, Deep Sea Fishin'. I always want to read your name as Deep Satisfaction, but Deep Sea Fishin'. I love how there's just a bunch of kind of wounded naked bulldogs down here now, and a bunch of dead naked bulldog puppies. I'm so sorry. It was just easier to throw them off. I say I'm sorry. I'm completely lying. Yeah, I'm a bad person, yada yada. Next question. Basically, yes. Can't get, no. Deep sea fishing. It was nice to see me shut them down. Sure, I guess so, but I know that me getting mad at people and like calling people out can be very satisfying for portions of the audience. It stresses me the fuck out, man. Like it's not healthy for me. Like there certainly was points in my life where I kind of didn't seek out that kind of thing, but like looked forward to stuff like that. And like Chet pointed out earlier, I am that old. Like, yeah, I'm 29, but it's more just I've been doing this for long enough that like, if I got $100 for every transphobe I shut down in my chat over the years, I'd be very wealthy. This looks like a weird alien head. Huh. Anyway. I hate that term, too, Clockworks. I mean, there's a reason why I don't have any of those tags on my stream. It's not because I'm not. It's not because I don't think you should be a decent person. It's because I think it's just a given that you should just be a good person. It's like, yeah, I'll defend people if somebody's being an asshole, but branding myself around being an ally has always been weird to me. Like, I get why people do it, but I'm not going to do that because it's odd to me. Yeah, basically. Like, I will be a good person, certainly, because I feel like that's just, like, basic human logic. But it's weird to advertise it. Like, I'm a good person, implying other people aren't. But also, I'm a good person. Duh. Like, what else should I be? I do realize it is necessary. Ooh, that was close on that dwarf. I do realize it is necessary for some people, but, like, I don't know. I'm a good person, reward me. There's something that I'm not a huge fan of in marketing.
This is madness.
Timing. Hi, Hobo. How are you? Yeet. There's something I'm not a huge fan of in marketing, and that's using virtue signaling as a way to market yourself to people. It's weird to me. It's like I'm well aware that people do it, and I'm well aware that there are some people out there that appreciate it, and if you do, more power to you. That's fantastic. It is weird to me. And I think it just always will be. It's my personality. I'm very, very, very cautious about how I market my audience and how I market myself to an audience and how I present my stream. And that always, to me, has just kind of felt like almost a road to inevitable disaster in a way, I think is the easiest way to put it. I'm just going to use these conglomerate boulders that are right here. It's like, I mean, it's like a while ago, somebody who was a regular in my chat, or I guess still is because they still come around, asked me if I could put like the LGBTQA plus tags in to like imply that I was an ally. And again, like I'm not a member of that community at all. Period. But like, I'm not gonna go be a dick and say people shouldn't exist. And I will call people out when they are being a dick. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd to me. Hipsty. Human cheesemaker plus cap. Although technically they are monster slayers, so currently they are a monkey murderer. Although they haven't actually murdered a monkey yet, so good on you, monkey murderer. The Wild Fell is the only poem you know. But anyway, thank you for the kind words, and I'm glad that people are appreciative about me shutting down people being inhumane to other people around us. So All right, so he takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. You're going to have a really hard time being around these dwarves. He lives a slow-going and leisurely pace and is curious, and sometimes to his detriment. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he considers altruism foolish. He is quick to anger, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He often feels envious of others and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And he is a friendly individual, and he is quite ambitious. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And he is trusting. He exhales sharply when he gets angry. He personally values self-control and doesn't really value merrymaking, does not value skills related to fighting. And you do have a lover who isn't here. You're a member of the Creed of Matching of the Banded Nation, and you are a member of the Fellowship of Modesty. What? Now that's something I've never Googled before, Stone. There's a difference between respect and pandering, casual inclusion, and Disney inclusion. Yeah, there you go. Oh no, I mean, like, I'm inclusive, and I want people from all walks of life, assuming you have similar senses of humor to me, to be able to watch my streams and enjoy them. And that's just kind of a given to me. So. You weren't fast enough to smooth walls? How deep is it? Is it 7 of 7? You need a pump. And good luck. Jump back to a save is what I would say. One over it is 5. I'd jump back to a save. Expose it to the surface. Let it freeze. It'd be my second piece of advice. Always sounds like, hey, Case, we like your money. Buy from us. Sorry, but there's something cynically hysterical about that sentence. Yeah, you'd have to pump out the first layer with a pump, then run down there and smooth it, and then pump out the second layer is what you'd have to do. You can channel next to it and pump it out. Yep, that's basically what you have to do. So you have to dig next to it and move it. But if it's already in an aquifer, that's going to be a pain. I mean, I've definitely, like, had situations like that in forts before where it's like, oh, man, I forgot to get, like, smooth this or whatever. And it's usually what I end up doing is just making a new stairwell and then digging up on the original one from underneath and draining it out the bottom. Because you can dig up into an aquifer without the map canceling, so dig around it with a different stairwell somewhere else and then dig up underneath it is usually how I do it. How do you get them to throw items in the pit? You make a garbage dump zone, and then you set item to be dumped, and then a dwarf will come and grab it and throw it over the edge. But it only works if you have one on the main layer and one over the edge, because they stand here and throw it up, basically. You don't know why you went with a poker metaphor? Which is that mostly they publicize first 6 Disney characters as like the first time in their mind. It's less the first gay Disney character and more the first gay Disney character in the last 6 months. this year. You know what I mean? Boy. I'm just gonna see if I can get this thing smoothed a bit. Just so that it looks a little nicer. Just put a strip of boulders down and then we'll fill the rest of this up. Oh boy. Dump that, get that out. It's a huge shaft of dump. Yes. Of the new patch, have I noticed changes? There's the TLDR. But it's in the experimental branch, and it is kind of fucky. It's been breaking a lot, so, and there's a lot of issues with it right now that need to be fixed and patched. God, I'm still just like shocked and amazed that the reviews for Suicide Squad are like kind of good. I am flabbergasted by this whole ordeal. What's up, good Charles? You're not that late. We got like a good few hours left. We're actually going to be doing a little bit of variety today. In about an hour and a little under an hour, maybe a little roughly an hour from now. We're going to be swapping games. We're going to be jumping to a game that I've wanted to play for a little bit, which I purchased, believe it or not, relatively recently. Called Home Safety Hotline. It's a little narrative adventure horror game thing. About helping people with their homes and keeping creatures out. So, if you're into a non-visual, not really jump-scary, text-based horror, bit of fun. All right, let's... What am I doing? Gotta finish this. This is for the Metalsmiths Hall, I think. Yes. The Silvery Hall, the Gem of Rocks. How about the Metal of Rocks? The Kell of Rocks, Kellid. I'm gonna keep the Armorers the more common one. Let's see what the value of this is. 3,000, excellent. It's already matched the value that we need. Perfect. Perfecto. Okay, well, we need to move stuff off this layer. So I've got a farmer's shop and a loom down here. I'm going to jump up to here. And we're going to move those up here. But what I'm going to do to move those up here is currently I've got you and I've got you. Okay, only one of you are actually making blocks right now. Let's get rid of this on this shop and just go up here and go rock blocks. And do 800 because that's a good chunk. And I'm going to scatter a few of these around. Just around in places. Just to speed up this process. Our experience with movie tie-in games is that the association with the larger IP has no impact on the game. I don't think this is the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League isn't a movie tie-in game. Just for full clarity's sake. How many bars do I have currently? I've got 4 iron bars. True. It is an IP game. Yes, this is true. I'm going to check something. Okay, that makes sense. Let's go mine some limestone. I'm gonna make a steel bar. And I'm going to make some steel weapons. And I'm also going to make pig iron out of the rest of these. And then make steel. And then I'm gonna make spears? Yeah, I think we'll do spears. We'll make steel spears. And then from there we can start training. As you watch the stream, Bone Doll, you earn tickets. If you type in ! tickets, you can see how many tickets and hours you have. You can then gamble them in the chat if you desire to earn more. It's a bragging rights thing. There's no practical purpose or reason behind it. It's just a thing you can do if you want. It's a completely optional, like, you know, stream side game if you want it. Usually clicking your own name will tell you how long you've been following. You've been following since September 2016. Did you ever change your name, Chopped Cheese, or was that always your name? Damn, it's a big number. I've never played Roblox in my entire life, so I doubt it. You were probably watching another guy play Roblox who raided me for a bit. I'm trying to remember his name. But I've never streamed Roblox in my entire life. But there was a guy who used to raid me who streamed Roblox. I'm trying to remember his name now. He streamed for like a year and then got some fame. You've had this account for over 10 years now? Yeah, right? We're in an ad break right now, so hold on. To create an airlock for the miasma. Unintentionally, yeah. It's more to stop the items from flying back up and out. If the drawbridge gets pulled at the wrong time. But it will also stop the miasma now that you mention it. To have played Roblox as a stretch goal? Respectfully, no. Just remember my username? Yeah, no, back in the day in 2016, I would have been streaming like Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't think Planet Coaster's beta was out at that point yet. It was just starting to get started with RimWorld. Or I'd gotten started with RimWorld at that point, I think. Random sim games and city builders. No, Pac-Man, no one said out Roller Coaster Tycoon. You're hearing things. You definitely aren't about to hear... Right, yeah, they redid the soundtrack, didn't they? Huh. Forgot about that. Anyway, yeah, no, I have that game on tap at all times. That's actually a really cool thing. They got the original composer back. The Open Roller Coaster Tycoon project got the original composer back to write new music for the game. Which is kind of awesome, actually. Headcanon detailing some eerie parallels of Tarn acting as Ellis Smith and Gabe Newell acting as Oliver in the recent Steam decision, and ultimately, I'm not a huge Lord of the Rings nerd, but I may be fooling yourself. I have a surface level of knowledge of what you're talking about. I like slanted breaks. Neat. Yeah, I will never be hardcore into that game again. I did my time, and I'm finished with it. But I do occasionally return to that game for like special occasions, like anniversaries and whatnot. I'll play a scenario here and there, and at this rate, I will probably finish a single playthrough of Roller Coaster Tycoon in like several decades. I still follow its development though. And whenever Royer puts up a video, I watch it. Shoutouts to Royer. I wonder if Royer's still subbed here. It was for a while. But yeah, as far as like watching me play games back in the day, I've been around Twitch. I've been streaming on Twitch now for 10 years. So that doesn't really surprise me too much that some people just remember my name from at some point in time. Because that pretty much checks out. I mean, that's just, you know, I've been around. I'm like that weird crotchety old man on Twitch almost at this point. Actually, no, sorry, that's Sean Plott. I'm not quite day 9. But I'm definitely getting there. Like, at TwitchCon, the last time I went to TwitchCon, some random guy came up to me and said, dude, you're an OG. I used to watch your streams many years ago. I was like, what's your username? And he goes, that doesn't matter. And he ran off. And I was like, all right. Guess I'm old now. Crotchety? I don't know, man. I have my moments. It was like in the line before anybody had their like badges, and this person was in line, and I got to skip the line because I got to go through the partner line, and so they were like lining up to get into the line to go grab your badges on the first day. You watched me in high school, and now you're 27? You must have been, like, just finishing high school. I, too, am turning to dust. We all have our moments, yeah. And then there's people like Stoned Hobo, assuming he's still listening, who made his account on his birthday to watch me because I posted my stream on Reddit. Oh, was your birthday mod day? Okay, it was one of the two. It was either the day I gave you mod, or it was the day that you made your account. Still though. Thanks to you. You purchased Home Safety Hotline. I'm glad you purchased it, because that game's very short. Just keep that in mind, and I will probably be playing the whole thing today. At least that's the plan. Because I always kind of, like, I'm always a little bit iffy about playing a lot of horror games. Or a lot of really, not horror games, but a lot of really short games on stream, because you know, I don't want to, like, cost them sales or anything, you know? Spattering of water. How the hell does that happen? I need to put this cloth somewhere specific. Cultic? That's a game. I have to say that I don't know if this counts as a boomer shooter, but my favorite recent shooter was probably, it's not perfect. I have plenty of issues with it. I would say it's probably a 7 out of 10, but my favorite recent shooter I've played was Trepang 2. It's far from perfect, but my god, you can still drop kick a fool across an entire room and then like knee slide after him and grab him by the throat and then rip like the what's it called, the pin out of the grenade on his belt, jam it into his jacket, and then fucking yeet him across the room. Like, It's Wii bowling. It's great. I watch him explode in front of a bunch of other dudes and then do it again. Like that. That and you can just like roundhouse kick a man in the face. That game is so fucking fun. Even though like its level design gets kind of jank at that game had like looks like a AAA game from the screenshots, but when you start playing it, you very quickly realize it's actually just like a game made by 5 people and they're like barely hacking it together and it's almost a tech demo, but like worth the cost of admission. Like it's such a bad good game. If that makes any... And then like there's a point where it just kind of turns into SCP for like no logical reason. That game is something. If you ever played Fear, it's literally Fear minus the scary little girl, but with like some random SCP monsters. It's fun. I like it. I wish it had a very different level structure. The level structure kind of sucks. The level structure is like you going on missions with this really poorly written story, connecting it together, and like going back to home base. If it was just like you did a mission and then like got into a transport vehicle and then did another mission, that game would be like 90 times better. But instead it's like you select the next mission on the map and it makes everything feel disjointed and have no connectivity or like logic behind it. It seems like it was made by people who knew how to develop physics engines and not people who knew how to make compelling video games, if that makes any sense. I mean, Fear is still probably my favorite shooter ever made. I don't know. I've never actually played Goat Simulator. All I know about Goat Simulator is Goat Simulator caused Satisfactory to happen. So to those of you who like Satisfactory, you're welcome. Not that I did it, but I'm saying you're welcome on their behalf. Oh, also, the physics in Trepang 2 feel like you're playing in the Havoc engine again, even though it's not in the Havoc engine. So it's like... It's like Counter-Strike Source levels of Ragdoll. Or like you kick a guy and he like cartwheels across the room. It's like, some people think they want realism in video game physics. I don't want realism in video game physics. I want to be on the moon and I want to send a man cartwheeling at 100 miles an hour. That's what I want to do. Plenty of people in chat are Monticore. All right, let's make some minecarts. What about Kerbal? Oh, wild physics. Got it. I don't really think of Kerbal as like super wild physics, but... Cloth. And... cloth. Also, I can't remember if I did that correctly, so let's try that again. But, like, the point of Kerbal is to, like, have decent physics. I always thought that from what I've seen of, like, footage of Kerbal, like, it makes most sense. Mostly it makes sense. See, like, there's silly physics, and then there's, like, intentionally silly physics. Oh, shit! The Armorer Servash and the Expedition Leader Neezer have become married. Congratulations! And they got married in the guild hall, and they're one of them's socializing, the other one's watching a metalsmithing demonstration that's being led by Clockworks, the legendary cheesemaker and apparently master armorsmith. Did you learn that since you got here? We literally have not made armor once in this entire fort. Unrelated, how much steel do I have? Wires, iron bars. Oh boy. I got 2 steel bars. Okay. Let's make 2 steel spears. I assume those only take 1. Might take 3. Ah, geez, I see where I fucked up. Oh well. I'm going to, I think, make a squad and then go demand tribute from one of these other dwarven factions. I think is what I'm going to do. That, and I'm going to melt down these bronze bolts. So I've just got random bronze bolts lying everywhere. I'm just going to melt a metal object. I don't actually know how much you get from those, but I'm just going to melt them down. Now I have one more room available. This is true, actually. Actually, let's just double check that they are sharing rooms, because I'll bet you Neezer still has a room assigned, so they're both sharing both of them. Yep. I gotta remove them from one. There we go. We forged 2 steel spears. Now we get to figure out who starts the military. Rith the Carpenter. Tries to do things correctly each time. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, or he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he is a little tight when working on projects, laughs very loudly when he's nervous, needs alcohol to get through the working day, so he would laugh when running into battle. Developed empathy. Not so much. He personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. Aw. Yeah, no, not a great captain. Great work of art. I mean, that goblin would probably make a good captain, but... Napalm sideburns. Stain's artwork, quick to love. Frenetic. Doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Sense of duty, active sense of humor, flights of fancy, quarrelsome. Bothered by this, as he values friendship, he rarely feels discouraged and does not go out of his way to help others. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Really value merrymaking. It's zany, kinetic sense, poor focus, good memory, good intuition, dutiful. I like this dwarf. This dwarf will do. You can't join because you're, oopsies. You can't join because you, aren't a full member of the fort yet. You're just a monster hunter still. I still don't know where the actual front door is going to end up being for this fort. Oh, also, I need to do this. And this. Kind of thinking like putting the military area in this wall right here. This is going to be my hospital. It's just not there yet. The reason I haven't finished building out the hospital is because, like, I'm honestly kind of sitting here waiting for some more dwarves to arrive, but that just hasn't happened yet. I hate MMOs. That's my opinion on Classic WoW. Or rather, I hate playing MMOs. The existence of MMOs doesn't necessarily bother me. Unless I'm forced to play them, then I hate them. Oh, also, gotta go here. It's like how to ruin a game for me in one sentence or less. Add multiplayer. I'm not even joking. Like literally, that's how you ruin a game for me. Just add multiplayer. And force me to interact with it. The only addiction I have is coffee. For you is jump scare? For me, it depends on the jump scare. I think that some jump scares can just be really funny. It's hard to find scary movies these days without jump scares. RIP Fallout 76? Are they shutting it down or something? Oh, MMOs? I mean, I don't really like Bethesda games to begin with. That's kind of terrifying. And Thoric, thanks for sharing. I'm trying to think, like... horror movies I've seen in the last decade that don't really have any jump scares. How'd you get the cavern soil up there? You dig into caverns and then you dig in soil and it just grows. Once you've exposed the caverns, all dirt in your fort and all sand becomes cave moss. And that's why my animals can live here. Oh, you just hate it because it's an MMO. Fair enough. I want to say that game you can play single player, but it just, I don't know. Every time I encounter people playing it these days, they say, it's good now, which I can't tell if it's just them coping or if, like, it's actually good, so. That just seems like such a weird game. Just the longer Bethesda has control over that franchise, the weirder it gets. Because it's like they've slowly just taken everything out of that franchise that people liked, that made that franchise good. Even to the point where it's just Fallout 4 again, which is the worst Fallout, or was the worst Fallout game until Fallout 76 came out. Devil Dawn. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Thanks for the first pack of gift subs, and also the first notification of money in 55 minutes. The first subscriptions in that wasn't a Prime sub in 2.5 hours. I think that is the biggest pack of gift subs today. Yes. Yeah, there was some anonymous ones earlier, but they were all individuals. So thank you. Appreciate you. Fallout needs a Fallout Boy crossover? What year is it? Because all the music is like from the 50s in that franchise. I'm like surprised by how happy these dwarves are. All things considered. All right, so next thing I need to do is a bar/blocks quanti stockpile. But now I gotta decide where to put it. But before I do that, we're gonna do this. Let's use rock salt because it's the most. It's gonna be a very pink fort. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you can just play alone on a private server for Fallout 76, but I would rather just not have to play a Fallout game because I don't like the way Bethesda's like engine feels to play. Single player, multiplayer, or otherwise. So this is going to be assigned as a barracks. This is going to be a metal armor squad. I get you on constant training. How goes the latest fort? It's pretty good. It's been a little slow. Not getting so many migrants because my faction appears to be getting absolutely hammered by goblins. But I'm kind of hoping... Like, I'll tell you this. If adventure mode was in the game right now, I'd actually retire this fortress. Go figure out what's going on at these fortresses, murder a bunch of goblins down here, and then probably build or reclaim 4 or 5 fortresses and immediately retire them over here for the same faction. And then after that, either reclaim this fortress or make a new fortress. But because I don't have adventure mode, I'm not going to bother. Because that's what this stream is going to turn into once adventure mode is out, is it'll be like a week of a fort, then some adventure mode, and then either returning to that fort or going to a new fort and then more adventure mode. And then more fort and repeat. Or do I miss the OG? It still has the OG. It's all Dwarf Fortress to me. The OG is just this. I never played with the OG aesthetic because nobody would watch me play it regardless. I also just got traders. Were those elves or humans? I need to actually look. I never played with the OG art style on stream because nobody would watch me play it. So it all just looks like Dwarf Fortress to me. Like, don't get me wrong. I think this aesthetic is beautiful. I think this aesthetic has its charm too. I don't think it's as pretty, personally, but an elven caravan has arrived. Do tell. I don't know if I have much to sell them. Let's do cloth ring. Amulet? 30. Those are made at clothes shops, right? Oh, you have to rent a private server? Okay, I gotcha. I wonder if you could run a private server locally. Like, I wonder how much space it requires. Because it is... I wonder this out loud just because it is a free-to-play game. Because if you could, like, run a private server locally, it's probably your best bet. Okay, which elven faction is this? The growth of reputations. Huh. Rumor of our community's acclaim spreads. There they are. So they're just south of me. But yeah, I guess at that point it depends on how good your like computer setup is, right? I think literally every single one of these dwarves is working. Yep. Okay, no, cloth amulets are made at Krasdorf shops. That's fine. Being near a waterfall. Ooh, is it working? No, not just yet. I can't wait for this to start dwibbling to see if it works. But I can't remember exactly when the water starts to flow again. So the idea is it'll flow down into here and flow down into here, but it'll still have enough flow that it doesn't become dangerous to walk past. Fingers crossed. Which means I'm gonna have to worry about tree demands soon. Can also use these borax rings. All right. Yep. 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 Yorp. Yep. And there we go. Can you get invaded in this game? Oh, yeah. You can invade, you can attack, you can topple civilizations. This is one of those games where if you can think about the possibility of maybe doing it, you can probably sort of do it, if not absolutely do it. All right, let's see what these elves brought me. A fox, a mongoose, a giant leopard. Don't mind if I do. Oh, okay. I will give them more things to trade with because I would like that giant leopard. Bring those pigtail amulets down. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Exactly. Big kitty. Big kitty go thwack. We're also in an ad break, so I will wait. Also, hey, Liberate the Forks. Somebody yesterday said that you sent them, which was interesting. Okay. Won't the elves be upset about the pigtail amulets as they are grown? They're okay with cloth. What? At least I think they're okay with cloth. I love how yesterday my internet goes out. Today I get my bill from that same internet company. Feels good, man. It's okay, I've already paid it. I hate February. It's the worst value for your rent of the year. Yeah, no, pigtail amulet should be okay. But just because you've got me all paranoid. I know. Giant leopard. Trade. Yep, see? They are absolutely okay with pigtail. They're just not okay with wood. It's like wood specifically that they, and like animal products and weapons that they don't like. All right, chat room, we have Big Kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Woo!
Wood, leather, bone, yarn. Yep. Pigtail is fine, though. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that big kitty. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. All right, so you here. We're going to go to animals, pets. Boom. War train that kitty. War train that pussy. Get over here. And I need to make a training zone real quick. Yeah, I can't remember if they're okay with silk. Also, I need to check something. Hey, I got a bronze bar. I think that's enough to make a shield. Bronze shield. Let's see. Let's see if that's enough. Gotta wait for the job to get signed up to go. It's one hell of a guard dog. Guard dog? Guard kitty, please. Yes, it is enough. Oh god, birdie. There's an upset raven in the fort. That's so raven. All right, so you equip, update. Go get your shield. Sweet. We can now get military starting to train. Why the raven is upset? What the fuck is that? Because it's running, because it ran through my whole fortress and saw us and we scary. Or flew through. If it was not a dumb raven and instead it was a smart raven, it would have we wouldn't have had a problem. But it decided to fly through my fort and thus got all scared. Looking for gems and other things. This is all schist. Let's go down to -10. Oh, wrong tool. The raven has chosen death? Possibly. Some migrants have arrived. Me, excellent. Starting to get worried. Can you join the military? Dreams of mastering a craftwork someday. So yeah, I think Tuesday we won't do the redemptions for naming. We'll just let you guys have dwarves. We'll be nice about it next time. Pile of schist. Yep. What's up, Lef? Prepping for adventure mode, but we do also have a goal. I have acquired a single gremlin, and I know for a fact there's more than one on the map because I've seen more than one, and they have different ages. So I'm hoping to be able to tame a gremlin, or train a gremlin at the very least. Great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Hey, we have kids in the fort now. And a sheep. Person thinks the pursuit of skills in warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed and values our harmonious existence. Man, come on. Dude, please. I need soldiers. Oh, also, I want to fight with goblins so that we can see trolls once again. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Some peasant. His sacrifice is wasteful and foolish. Ugh. Horrible soldiers. Animal dissector. Let's create a great work of art. Tense and jittery. Bad. Jeez. Frail. Okay, we can train around that. Wants to master a crafting thing. Oh. Cult of Ghosts wants a temple and a priest. Another doctor. Well, at least we have enough to start my hospital now, so that's good. Holy shit, this is a migrant wave and a half. Like a migrant wave in 3/4. And Hero was getting worried. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Poor empathy. Excellent. Not vengeful. Perfect. I tried having soldiers attack something yet? I just added my first dwarf to the military. So, no. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Oh. Well, we discovered two things that are both very useful. We've discovered a great cavern deep underground on layer -8. But, in doing so, I found tetrahedrite and also quartzite. Excellent. Pink walls. Everybody's favorite. Who doesn't like pink rocks? I like pink rocks. Pink rocks are pretty. Look at this. Look at all this pink. It's a very pink cavern, actually. It's a very pretty cavern. Look at all this. It's all pink. And then, like, the moss really kind of accents it nicely. Wow. What a good spot. Is there any up above this, too? Oh, there's some. Let's also automate this. Oops, that's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. Several different types of gems. All right. Automate all those. Ah, the Cult of Ghosts wants a temple and a priest. Well, I was going to go here and assign all of the new animals. We also actually have a cat now. Glowing with their glorious bioluminescence. Oh yeah, no, I love the look of the caverns. Actually, I really want to see this cavern in ASCII. Oh man, that is pretty. Yeah, that's lovely. Hold on, let's turn the water markers off. Yeah, that is pretty looking. Very pretty looking. And we're getting all this tetrahedrite. All right, let's jump up to this layer. Well, first thing I need to do is I need to fill up this. Clear out all that borax. Which, like I said earlier, still just sounds like a disease to me. So this is the Cult of Ghosts, which is a deity that worships this god, but more specifically. So I have a question, chat. Layer above or a layer below for the Cult of Ghosts? You know what's interesting, Spiffy Bald Guy? They didn't have the option. They legally had to do it, which they were going to do anyways, which Tarn has said in interviews a couple times. But they, in order to put a game on Steam, if there is a free version that exists, the paid version on Steam has to include every single feature of the free version. It's in Steam's terms of service. It's certainly pink. Actually, wouldn't it be more of a breast cancer cavern since it's pink than Pride? Because Pride's like rainbows. You can have it if you want it. 6 feet under. 6 layers under. Something you wouldn't have read as a gamer? I mean, I play video games and I read. But, sure. This is going to be the Cathedral of Ghosts. Little discussion. How often should one wash a sleeping bag, if at all? Is it down? Or no? Okay, because if it's down, you should never wash it, but you could dry clean it. If it's not down, then when it starts to smell. And on top of this, where are we digging currently? What's the priority on these? 3? I'm going to zoom out on this and go priority 5. I wonder how Valve litigates with that rule. As with most things at Valve, they probably don't. Until somebody complains. If I had to bet, it's probably a they don't. But if somebody complains, they will police it. It's just like how I want to know, because basically Valve has made it, or has changed their rules relatively recently so that games that use large amounts of AI generated imagery or assets are allowed on Steam, which they weren't previously. However, they've set it up so that they legally have the right to immediately make them all cease to be on Steam instantly, because if you made a game primarily with a lot of Mid-Journey assets or something, you have to disclose it. Basically, like, if laws change or rules change, whether or not you can use a certain tool, because you also have to disclose what tool you used, then they can very easily remove it. So, you know. Dastot the Armorer has been taken by a Feymud, which is great, because you did it right as I finally actually had the tools to allow you to do that. Up until now, I literally didn't have the tools to allow you to do that. But I just dug down and found me some tetrahedrite, which means we're probably gonna get pig iron armor, actually. Which is kind of funny. I also need to plug that cave. One for bones, teeth. Ah, uncut gems, got it. All right. So far, so good. Needs rock blocks, bones. Ah, you need bones. I think I'm going to slaughter one of my reindeer. What I'm going to do? The only tool Shadow uses for making games is stabbing their toes and screaming their lungs out. Ah! Right. I mean, checks out. Used the same one for over a decade, never washed it, it was fine. I mean, I've used the same sleeping bag for a couple of years now, and I've never washed it. And I go camping, like, every other month. I think the issue is, does it smell? If yes, you're probably bad at taking care of it. Because when it comes to, like, especially down sleeping bags, if you wash it, you're gonna lose it. By that, I mean, every time you wash a down sleeping bag, it loses like 3 degrees of cold protection, Celsius, because it loses so many feathers. So you're actively devaluing your down sleeping bag if you are like washing a down sleeping bag. Meaning, if you take care of a sleeping bag correctly, when you get home from a trip with it, you dry it completely. And if it got rained on at some point, if possible, you try and dry it while you're camping. As long as you keep it dry, it won't smell. And then, yeah, you air them out and you fluff them out. But otherwise, you will lose down and it'll lose it. Valve have done that, I'm sure, so that they can blanket remove games with generative AI. Like I said, yeah, if something comes out like a certain model is using illegal material, as an example, which happened recently, which Midjourney was trained on, which is funny. Or if, say, a legislation changes where, like, you're not allowed to sell commercial products using generated art assets or whatever, which would be nice if that would happen. A lot of people are going to get sued in a short period of time, but Valve would have the ability to push a button and bang, make them all unexist, right? Which is what Valve is hedging its bets for. And honestly, I think that's the smart move. Because turns out Valve generally pretty smart company. You're down this information. That was the first thing that was said at 4:20 p.m. Suited Giraffe. And you know what? Checks out. I'm down this information. Yep. Me too. Why are the dwarves thirsty? I have alcohol. Go get booze. No, I know what you mean, but I know what you meant. It was just a funny order of words to read. Funny series of words to read. There you go. So the Cult of Ghosts has 10 worshippers. We're going to have 2 temples. We're going to have the Cult of Ghosts and the Doctrine of Ashes, and I'm going to have them both up here, right above this one. Okay, so it's half the value it needs to be, because you're half the value you used to be. Cut them clear zircons. It's just people who listen to Ghost. Hobo, are you still here? Okay, well, I can accept this. Check on this. You need rock blocks. Did I make that butchery shop? No, I didn't. All right, well, I will do that right in the middle of all of this. Nice and convenient. I'm sure the geese won't mind. I also need to make more shoes because I'm starting to see clothes on the ground. Did you just get our artifact millstone? Papa bless. Yeah, there you go. See? You know, Hobo, I'll be honest. I'm kind of impressed that you haven't, like, used your massive fandom of Ghost as an excuse to just make a couple of emotes that are just Ghost themed. Just saying. Because you probably have quite a few emotes available because Twitch keeps giving us more emotes. Like, I'll be honest with you, like right now, I have like 29 available animated emotes. I don't actually know how many affiliates just have by default now, but it's got to be more than 2. Ooh, it begins. Look at this. We got the water. I actually made this safer even. Okay, this side, little danger. I may seal this all in. There's a frog. Or actually, it's a toad. So this water all fall down here. And do the thing? Okay, this side. Are you near a waterfall? Not really seeing it go. Oh. Wait. Yeah! No, I didn't get it. God dang it. Well, I tried. Oh, did you get it? Relieved being near a waterfall. Hey! Natural mist generator. That's kind of rad. It's not a huge ton of reasons for them to go up here right now, but we'll have some soon. I need to focus this water a little bit more, like build this in. 4 basic and 5 animated open. There you go. Time to make some Papa gifts. Ceiling and water with a roof made of salt. Rock salt. Not just salt, it's rock salt. So how long until something dies and goes splat on top of this? Oh, that's pretty cool. Dastot the Armor has created Eron Cod, a pig iron shield, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. And just like that, I have a legendary armor smith. This is a pig iron shield. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pig iron and brillet cut pyrites and reindeer bone. This object menaces with spikes of naked mulldog bone. On the item is an image of dwarves in Tower Cap. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Riverdepths by the dutiful boulders of the Emerald Irons in the early spring of 500. On the item is an image of a hamster. Damn right. As it should. I'm going to give that to my captain. Specific shield. There you go. Confirm. And now you have a shield that we can't see, which is excellent. And you have a shield that we can see, which is also excellent. Could have just queued up a job, but Body mist generator. Sometimes you gotta mist bodies, you know what I'm saying? All right. This fort's starting to get kind of busy. Let's get this stuff done up here. What's the name of this god? The Fated Ghost. Let's do Hopper statue. Sure, 10. Fated Ghost. And let's do Rock Throne. 10. I didn't even need to change that number. We'll use rock salt. Wooden table. And we'll use willow. Jump up to the surface. Hack down some of these feather trees. Oh wow, yeah, no, this level is working just great. This layer, not so much. It is spreading out though. But that's mostly because it's coming down right here. If it was coming down here too, it might have been a bit better. All of your miner died but 2? Oh no! That's pretty brutal. Gra, thank you much for the raid. What is up? What were you guys up to today? We're about to swap games, but we're just finishing up this temple. I hope you had a good stream. How's things, Gra? Vintage story? Gotcha. Minecraft-ish vibes. You don't know Gra? Gra is a VTuber who is themed after Caves of Cud. With Cud and variety content. Working on Homestead with friends? Gotcha. Let's make a silver altar, actually. Make 2. Okay, never mind. Here it's an image of the faded ghost, a deity of death depicted as a female dwarf. The deity of death is a female dwarf. Oh boy. In copper by Brahms, Coldjoy's staff is embracing the faded ghost. The artwork relates to the belief of the dwarf Cole in the faded ghost in 479. Wow. Oh yeah, so they added graphics to the statues. And that's kind of interesting. So we're going to see some new sprites on these statues, actually. Stream cut on Mondays? Gotcha. That's why I never see it, because I'm literally not on cut on I literally never look at Twitch on Mondays. Like, Mondays, I'm usually the most disconnected from the internet. Just a real quick ad break, but we'll just let these jobs play out. Have Drothla meat? Must have been able to butcher something. Izini! You know what kind of dwarf you want? I don't know if you're in an ad right now or not, but if you're not in an ad, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or which dwarf would you like, rather? If you have any preferences, let me know. Bearded crafts dwarf? Does armorer count as crafts dwarf, or do you want to specifically be a crafts dwarf? Because I don't actually think I have any specific crafts dwarves. I think they're all just armorers. I do have a wax worker. This lad. If that works. Or we could do a furnace operator / armorer. How do I have so many armorers? Because I don't have a tavern yet. I literally just have a weaponsmith's hall. An armor smithing hall. That's it. Either is fine. We'll go with the waxworker then. You said you wanted crafts dwarf, so this is your preferred color. Although they're going to become an armor smith sooner rather than later. Servesh Crystal Letters never feels discouraged and has little interest in joking around. Tries to keep his things orderly, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He's a friendly individual, and he is very humble. He finds himself quite hopeful about the future and is trusting, and he doesn't handle stress well. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. His hands move frantically when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed. Values a harmonious existence and dreams of raising a family. Thanks for the 46th month, pilot. The 46th month. Hope the flying and stuff good. All right. He is relieved after being near a waterfall. And has 2 kids. Single dad. Also a member of the Fated Creed, which isn't the religious building that I'm currently building. So I really like this. This is a story statue. So instead of story statues just being a cube now, they look like the Declaration of Independence. Or like a slab with like writings on it. That's kind of neat, actually. Another story statue? What about this? Another one? Okay, so these are all just gonna be stories about the deity that they're of. The Rosetta Stone. Yeah, kind of like the Rosetta Stone, actually. That's probably a better way to refer to it. It's kind of neat, though. I wonder if they added more for engravings. I don't think so, but I'm gonna try. Silver altar, not too valuable. Yeah, no, these are just gonna be random images. An image of the faded ghost. Hey. Icahedral icahedra. An image of a dwarf. Stickman. Congratulations on a successful return. Charum, can I get a round of beers for Pilot keeping that subscription alive for a 46th month? Please and thank you. Big round of beers. How's the fort going? Pretty good. I mean, moods are kind of great. We didn't get migrants for a really long time, but we've suddenly started getting an influx again. My faction is pretty heavily at war. We caught a gremlin. So, you know, pretty good so far. I have a trap set up to hopefully catch a second gremlin. We have a giant kitty that the elves brought me, which I'm trying to war train, but nobody's trained it yet, which is mildly annoying. I do have it set to war train. Huh. I wonder if something's broken with the jobs again. Did I assign a trainer? You don't have to. And I also have an animal training zone. And you don't have to assign anybody to the animal training zone. Or at least you didn't have to. Or just automatically assign it to any. And I'm also not seeing any extra buttons. Maybe another button is missing. Was it, you know? So, I don't know. I gotta figure out how to do that. But might do that on another day. You made training jobs as a test. Did it work? Let's, chuck animal trainer into... I don't want to put that under hunting. I'll just add new detail and just call it animal training. Basically everything but hunting. Animal training, that and that. Not that I'll ever do small animal dissection, but that's fine. Everybody does this. If doing multiple pets at once. I know this, but, and I already tried this, but it didn't do anything, so we're trying a second option. I'm well aware that they're a little buggy, and also playing on this version is adds multiple question marks. So, or not a little buggy, but the UI can be a little fiddly. I need the value of this to go up a little more. Did I make more statues than that, or was it just 5? Yeah, I did make more. Sweet. Shrug. Like I said, I'll worry about it later. You literally just discovered it yourself? Yeah. At the end of the day, unless I'm directly asking about something, do me a big favor. No, this is a temple. Do me a big favor. Don't tell me what to do. Because you will almost always just get a sarcastic, yeah, I know, response. Because I've been playing this game for so long. Unless I'm directly, like, asking an obvious question, and not a rhetorical question, you're just going to get the exact same responses from me. I like how some of them have solid block bases and some of them don't. Is that like the value? Yeah, I guess it's the value. The fancier statues have different bases than the less fancy statues. Sure, no, but you informed me that they're a little buggy. And my response is, yeah, I know. But anyway. It's just a heads up, that's all. This is probably ready.
Glad to be back.
There we go, recognize priesthood. Who's the Holy Crypt? Kind of want to make it Sage Bitey, but Sage Bitey has no skills in this. Giving it to Sage Bitey. Sage Bitey, you are now the Holy Crypt. Welcome back, Clockworks. For 6th month. All right, chat room. This has been a solid day. Moods are great. We got we've changed the waterfalls, so it's now a triple waterfall. I've made it as safe as I can, which is as good as you can get. This fortress is very pink, or becoming very pink, which is fine. We still don't have a tavern. We're on year 2, and I don't have a tavern yet. We just have the armory, which is a armorer's guild hall, and the metal rocks. I'm gonna make another dining hall pretty soon. Probably, actually, you know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm just gonna go into here. Oh, thunk, 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 thunk. And then go boop, 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 boop. There you go. So now we have more tables for them to eat food at, if they happen to be a member of the armory. We got cooking up and running. We got ourselves an anvil. We found tetrahedrite. So that's a good thing. And let's just do 15 tetrahedrite. We got a bunch of coke made out of lignite. We still don't have enough bedrooms for everybody, but I got a bunch queued up, so that part's good. What else did we do today? We traded with elves, traded with dwarves multiple times, made temples. And your fort is either iridolite, andesite, or gneiss. It's pretty good. Solid collection of materials. But like I said, chat, we're going to swap games now. We're going to go play something that's new to me and probably new to most of you. So, just for formality's sake, Twitch chat, the YouTube stream is going to stick around. But if you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers? And also, you guys can say goodnight to the VOD/YouTube if you like. And, of course, I would appreciate it if you stick around and give the other game a chance. Or, you know, leave the tab up or do what you got to do. But I say that just as somebody who needs your attention. But we're going to go play Home Safety Hotline. So I'm going to start updating directories and stuff once the game's done. 21,000 andesite and 20,000 andesite blocks. It's very